my friends, and welcome on into day 2 of the third installment of the Huntress trials here at RixGG. I am your girl, TK Layla, and I am obviously joined by my wonderful co-caster yet again. It's Mizuki. How are you doing? Have you recovered from yesterday?
Absolutely. And, well, recovered. That's a tough one. There's a lot of excitement. So it's really hard to kind of get into that downtime until all of the excitement is over. And I'm really, really excited for the 2 matches we have today. So recovery is going to take a couple days before I can get around to it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There was a lot of action, not just on our side, but on a whole lot of levels yesterday. But first and foremost, we are focusing on the Huntress trials. And from yesterday, we have managed to iron out our top 4. Our top 4 are as follows. We have Project X, we have Chat Band, we have Gangsters, and we have Kafla Blue. Yes, the reigning champions Oxygen are out. They were knocked out by Project X. So, yeah, brilliant to see that kind of happen. And it means we're guaranteed a new winner.
Yeah, that's really, really exciting. And I mean, you kind of mentioned Project X and Chat Band are still in. And funny story, they're actually playing each other. And this is a rematch of sorts. In the previous Huntress trials, Chat Band eliminated Project X in the round of 16 with a 2-1 victory. And 2 of those maps went into overtime. So that is going to be a very, very spicy match when that gets down. But it's not going to be the one that we're watching today. We're going to be following Kafala Blue from yesterday. We saw some amazing stuff out of those ladies. And we're going to be seeing them taking on Gangsters, who was our top seed coming into the tournament. Not Oxygen, surprisingly enough, but Gangsters, who have been looking very, very good with some great placements, top 4 placements in the last 2 tournaments they competed in. So definitely looking on form. And I want to see how Kafala deal with this top-seeded team.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly interesting to see that, and especially with how many clutch plays that we saw Kafla have yesterday. I mean, there's been a few clips shared around. They've had some amazing plays. They've had some really good dominant performances, and then some like last-second clutches. Most notably with that Viper, where the Viper went down, but the Toxins they do their thing.
Yes. The molly on the floor, like completely melted Killjoy there at that last possible second. Looking forward to it, and looking forward to seeing what maps they're going to be playing on today.
Yeah, well, I believe we have our veto and bans, and once again, for the 3rd stream set in a row, we are going to have Icebox on show. Heck, Ascent has been banned, would you believe it? So, yeah, that's also a rarity there. So, Split is also out of the equation, so we'll start on Bind. We'll then travel over to Icebox. These are best of 3s as a reminder. And if we need it, Haven will be our decider. But yeah, Bind, Icebox, and Haven. What do you make of that?
That's definitely interesting. The Ascent ban is, I think, possibly the wildest one. Now, this could be something that plays into Gangsters... I just saw the logo there and it like threw me off. Into Gangsters' playbook. Maybe they ban out Ascent for a reason. Maybe they think Kafala are pretty good on it. Maybe it's a map that they're not too comfortable with. But it is quite strange in the given climate, Ascent being a very, very popular map. Split, unsurprising. Like, when Split gets banned, it's more surprising to see Split go through than to see it banned. It is a pretty popular Viper map, but Bind and Icebox are also really great Viper maps, so hopefully we're going to see that coming out as well. And of course, Haven, the 3-point map. It's a map that is very, very difficult to traverse if you haven't got those very, very set plays down. So if we do get into that map 3 scenario, that's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of fun of that. There'll be no doubt.
Big raid.
Yeah, massive raid. I was just about to mention that. 477 additional views. So you came in just at the right time, Aki. Thank you very much for that. We are literally about to start with our semi-finals here at the Huntress trials. So thank you all so much for coming on in. It is greatly appreciated. And yeah, you get to see more, get to have more eyes on our amazing players who have signed up today.
And speaking of amazing players, so we haven't got to see Gangsters in this tournament, but obviously we got to see a little bit out of Kafala earlier on, and some players that I think we should all be looking out for. Sephia was one of them, able to be quite flexible in that agent pool and did a lot of great work. Athena, she's usually the one, well, it's W Athena, but I'm calling it Athena for short because Athena. But she's usually the one with the operator, and also had some really great plays. They really held their own against Exet yesterday, who are a Counter-Strike team. I mean, they come from this TAC FPS background. They kind of ported themselves straight over, struggled with the ability usage, but Kvala were able to kind of run circles around them a little bit. And then Late You, Datty actually, so Late You was doing great stuff on the Killjoy, but Datty was smurfing on Sova yesterday. A phenomenal player. Definitely someone to look out for. And yeah, it looks like she's hovering over that Sova once again, so very likely going to be seeing that coming in.
Yeah, we're going to have
we got the Sages.
Yeah, we got the Sage as well. So yeah, a Phoenix on both sides. You like to see it. Alongside a Raze for both sides for Bind. We've also got an Astra coming in maybe for both sides. They're definitely hovering on it for the time being. And again, same with the Killjoy. Killjoy is going to get locked in. So nice, interesting lineup that we see here. And again, the Cypher up for Latio again. We kind of expected that. The Cypher generally comes out from Kafla. And also, you have to remember the stats going in from, like, yesterday. We take a look at all of our teams. Everybody made it to this far on 2-0s, with the exception of Kafla, who won both of theirs with 2-1s, Kumiho and Exet respectively. So they've had to play more matches to get here.
Definitely
Choose
some
your
scrap
agent.
ladies, but that's exactly what you love to see. And what is very curious for me for Kfala's lineup here is that they don't have that Sage. And of course, you can get a lot done with that Sage wall, particularly for that wall execute. I'm not the biggest fan of it though, and I want to see how that gets utilized, particularly here by Gangsters, if they can get some value out of it. The raises, of course, may come as no surprise to everyone watching, because space denial, it's so massive. What might be surprising is the lack of a jet, which might make things a little bit more difficult if you're going to be pulling out that operator. You know, I mentioned Athena, who had been doing some great stuff with the operator before. She's coming out on the raise this time around. You can still get some stuff done with that using blast packs for mobility, but it's not quite the same as that jet being able to use the dash to get out of danger. Hopefully she'll be able to get something out of that. And then, of course, the Astras, the smokes, and, of course, the suck, as Boaster likes to call it. Boaster from Fnatic, you know. Get a lot of utility out of this Astra. And, of course, the wall. We saw some great wall plays yesterday. And if you pop that wall and then use the teleporters, or if you, tap the spike, the sound cue gets completely dampened. So a lot of counterplay that you can use there with that wall.
Yeah. And with that, unfortunately, we are going to have to take a quick little break. There's just a little bit of a technical hiccup on our side of things, but we will be back in just a moment to get you the first of our semi-final matches underway. Do not go anywhere, my friends. The Huntress Trials will begin shortly. And we are back live and ready to go here at Huntress Trials 3. It is our May edition of our event here at RixGG. We are about to see Kafla Blue go up against Gangsters in the first of our semi-finals here. A place in the grand finals and a chance to fight off for that £1,000 prize that awaits the winner of this competition. DK Layla and Mizuki back and ready to cast the shenanigans as the pistol round is on the way.
A little bit of utility used over towards B long, and it pulled out the pain shells as well, so that's going to be unavailable, which is pretty big for Gangsters. It means that they don't have to worry too much about that space denial. And they made the noise over towards the B site, but immediately started to wrap towards A. Now, A is far less stacked, and the rotations obviously haven't come through yet. It's very early to start rotating if you're on the defense. So waiting for a little bit of an information cue. Got that Cypher cam already spotted out. Look, there's the raise. That's going to get called out, and the rotations will start to happen.
I don't think anybody would be surprised by that at all, but the first pistol goes to the Killjoy, immediately taken down though as a counter, and that should be the spike down and done. So, timer has decided to be a little bit extended. The wall and the bomb buddies are up and out. The bomb buddy's not going to get anything from that, unfortunately, as Phoenix is just perched into that corner. Another flash comes out, but again, gives away their location. And you see immediately why they'll just rotate out. The wall and the flash combining nicely, but it's a headshot for Athena. That's exactly what you need in these situations.
Great prediction from the Kafala ladies there to duck and dive a little bit, but they've only got 2 ladies left alive here. Oh, they've actually managed to even out the numbers a little bit, but loses the 1v1, and oh, the paint shells got back online. Managed to get a kill there, and there you go. The power of the paint shells, the extra bit of damage. If you're hiding out in a corner, those paint shells will find you.
They find you when you least expect it sometimes, and with that, it is going to be Gangsters who take the first point. And interesting to see already, we got some buys coming on up. Obviously, we got Julius sticking with the Frenzy here, and a Sheriff, I think, on the side as well. So, yeah, business as usual for our second round.
Very standard buys for Gangsters as well. Glad to see that Kafala are not forcing up. Again, we've seen them do that from time to time when they think that they can potentially win out the round, but it does do some weird things to your economy. So, happy to see that they haven't opted for that. It's such a big stack on the A site here. Could be very dangerous for Gangsters. And there's a lurk coming through hookah.
Oh no. Oh no! They've been completely torn to shreds. A triple for the Killjoy. And that just leaves Cypher on their own some. And, well, this is not how you wanted your second point to go.
Oh, super unfortunate here. I mean, it was an eco, like a full eco for Kafala. They just kind of lined up in lamps. They were kind of hoping that they'd be able to get maybe 1 or 2 picks off the back of that, but a beautiful spray down will just completely take all of them off the board. The alarm bot's going to give away late use position, and well, ooh, actually manages to dink one. Yeah,
gets a headshot in the midst of all that, ironically enough, on the Killjoy, so, get some kind of revenge going there, but yeah, you watch this corner again. They're all down. They're all down before you can even blink.
Spectre do go burr. Some great shots there. Now, of course, so once we get into third round, it's a full buy up here for Kafala Blue. A little bit far away from any of their ultimates. Gangsters getting very close to some of theirs. We'll see if they'll be able to pull those out in this round because, of course, Gangsters have the gun disadvantage. So they might want to see if they can get 1 or 2 ultimates online here and try and use those to leverage themselves onto site. But this time around, it's not going to be an A hit. It's a B hit. And, of course, Kafala having those guns, they've spread themselves out across the map a little bit more.
Yeah, and the smoke's going down alongside the cage as well. So they've pretty much got the window. They know that a couple of them will be coming on through here. So it comes down to how the others do on the other side of the field. And here we go. The 2 gets a headshot in there, but can't get anything else. So it's a trade 4v4 situation. The spike will go down once again. So Gangsters keeps that streak going. And the Rare's coming up early too.
That was one of those ultimates that they were trying to build up to, managed to get it online, and now it's just beautiful post-plant positions. They had control of elbow very early on, and now it's just down to Athena, the last person standing, who does manage to get 1 kill, but 1v4.
2? Okay. I mean, the fact you've taken 2 of them down is still absolutely impressive. Trying to bait out a response from any of them here, but they know that they can be patient with this. They're going to actually start moving forward, and there's the double that they were after. So, not bad hold at all there for Gangsters. They take another point in there. They're losing 2 players in the end of that.
I mean, this was really great work towards the end to at least get those last 2 kills, but it was always going to be difficult. You know, you had 2 that were able to swing on each other out of elbow. That's exactly what they did. And, well, it's kind of hard to swing on 2 people that are coming at you at the same time. So that's going to force Kafala down to another eco. That was their rifle round. That was their round to lose. Very, very unfortunate. But they do they buy up the sheriffs, but they're saving up a little bit. So on round 5, hopefully they'll be able to buy up again. It's our potential momentum swing round. And we do have a showstopper online as well for Athena.
Yeah, nothing with the Sheriff that time round. It's going to be another pick for the Rays. A little bit of damage, but nothing Sage can't heal.
And they'll follow that up with another kill, and that's, of course, onto Athena, which is not ideal. However, we do have a nice little lurk coming through from Hookah here to try and create the pincer, but player disadvantage and just getting outgunned. Oh!
What?
Oh my goodness!
Daddy with a triple with the Sheriff. That was just headshot central for them. They will take that. It just leaves the Astra now in a 2v1 situation, and they are hurting. Pretty much any kind of tag will likely take them down here.
Daddy was somebody that I highlighted for absolutely smurfing yesterday, and she's just showing that again. The headshot machine. But, oh, Eula, so many angles to cover.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do there? It's a 90-degree check. You either look left or you look right, and whichever one you look to, the person on the other side is going to take you down.
Yeah.
It's always going to be unfortunate. Daddy did a lot, though. This was a massive, massive eco round for Kafala, because they were able to take down 3 of Gangsters. Now, it doesn't do enough to disallow them from buying, but ultimately, still a good eco. And now Kafala will come into this round with a full buy. They've got Hunter's Fury, they've got the Showstopper, and they're very close to having a few more ults on the board, but they're going to be dealing with the lockdown, and of course, there's the run it back to try and get some information as well, which could determine, which site they're going to opt to push onto.
Gangsters starting incredibly strong, and we'll see if they can secure themselves another plant with this. They've been very consistent so far. I think all 4 points we've seen plant on every single one of them. So Gangsters wants to keep that going. And as you say, run it back's coming on up. And so is the bounce as well. Slicker gets a headshot with that as well. And he gets a bit more information. Tags up a little bit. Finally gets put back to where they started. But again, Ray's already in on the site, and that is Spike done and dusted. Lockdown went down, but also got destroyed in the process. And a cheeky little showstop on both sides.
And it's all down to Slicey here to try and clutch this one out. 1v2. Does someone swing? Oh, very low HP on Athena. Can she?
Oh no!
Goes for the flash. Oh, so close though. Athena was so low HP there. You see 21 HP. And the swing comes through from Slicey to get the defuse. And of course, Athena knows that that's what's going to happen. Takes the risk with the low HP, but it pays out. We had quite a few ultimates used here. We had the lockdown come through. We had both showstoppers and the run it back. Everything got thrown into that round. A very, very important round for Kafala to win. And now, despite the fact that they won that round, almost everyone died, which means once again their economy is very, very iffy because they are forced to buy this time around. Whereas Gangsters, yes, they lost that round, but they still had a ton of money in the bank. So a full buy up from Gangsters, nothing even to blink at. Kafala, however, got a few people on low armor, but they do have 2 ultimates to try to play with.
And already location has been revealed, and again Sephia now activates their run it back, really goes in for the flash and actually gets a headshot on their first peak round, and that was the Sage. So no more healing buff for you, and that will be time expired with that. Gives Kafla the player advantage. Did they have Cypher's ult as well? Goodness me, Athena, nice shot.
Great being able to cover Hookah so well like that. They completely shut down any sort of a B aggression. And now the spike is down towards B. You see very, very careful, methodical movement towards the spike to be able to pick it up without peeking and getting the head blown off. Doesn't realize no one's actually watching it. And now they might actually try for another B push because all of the movement from Kafala have moved, they're over on the A site. We've got Slicey here in showers, to try and make some noise, make sure that rotations don't move back towards B. Oh no, they haven't realized that this is such a fully stacked site. They're going to try and push this.
30 seconds left.
This is not... This isn't quite the play that they were expecting. They're going to try and throw a puddle out there, but not going to get any purchase out of it whatsoever. And that is going to be the Phoenix down. That just leaves Astra and Kafla get themselves back-to-back points, and Daddy with another triple on the board.
She's just gonna keep mowing down in this match. We saw it yesterday. She had one of the best Hades, I think it was in map 3, where she had like 12 kills and everyone else on the team had like 6. You know, she's just been such a force. A little bit behind Athena at the moment, but, you know, 2-3Ks in 2 rounds. If she can just keep up with that momentum, then she's going to catch up and overtake in no time. And winning that round is so important for Kvala because they're able to buy up. They're going to have the Cosmic Divide, and they have Neural Theft to give them a little bit of information if they need it.
Yeah, I believe it was one of the servers. It might have been Dati who had like 12 assists at the end of one of the respective games. So you get the general idea of how consistent Dati has been throughout this competition so far. And again, slow down. Flings in with the flash. Gonna see nothing with that. And oh look, it's a nice big sound barrier.
So they're not going to hear the sound of the plant go through. They don't spam default because they don't know that that's busy happening. But the spike's gone down, so that's going to give away the information. But by then it's too late. We've already got post plants from Gangsters, and it's down to just 3 players left alive on Kvala.
Yeah, 2-player advantage for the Gangsters. And again, they're just covering every site imaginable here. Letio is up for them, but again, there's only so much they can really do, and that's going to be another one dropping down. They've at least managed to deficit by 2, but again, it's still not going to happen for them here. It's just the Raze who is incredibly hurt. Pins it in, actually manages to get themselves a double on the board. 6 HP in a dream, but that is all it's going to be.
A very, very close round there. Gangsters played that very well. Like I said, the wall comes up so it doesn't give out the sound cues. And then they pull all the way back, relying on their utility to stop any potential defusers. But the shower control from Gangsters was so good because they were able to get quite a few kills just out of that. And of course, they had lamps control as well, so they were able to get to either side of the wall wherever necessary. Once the wall goes down, there's still the Sage wall, so it cuts down one of the rotations towards where the spike is. Very, very good utilization of the utility there. Kvala just did not have an answer. This time around, however, they are going to have a showstopper. We saw that did get a little bit of purchase earlier on. But they're going to need a little bit more than a showstopper to help get them through this round because Kvala are in a very, very aggressive push towards the B side, and that's going to be the first pick of the round.
Julius gets it back with a headshot on the Sheriff, but unfortunately are going to get taken out with the splash damage as well. So it gives the player advantage back to Gangsters. Well, for the time being it did. It's now a 3v3. Spike is down once more. Kvala just thinking about it. Rafina gonna go for the showstopper. Quickly switches out of weapon. They don't have much time left to fire it. Can I get any purchase? No, they cannot. It hits the ceiling. Yep, it hits the edge.
Oh, and Dati just not able to be that clutch factor in this round. So Athena, the last one left alive. And again, this post plant is just so good. They've covered every angle. Just cannot find anything. That's a 4K for Kvala as well. A really good round for Gangsters Raze. And just so much momentum working off of. I mean, Kvala had all the right areas covered, but of course it was an eco round. And that being said, not a terrible eco. Getting 2 kills, pretty good, but not enough. Still able to buy up here, but this could be the last round that they're able to full buy. Because even with that lose streak bonus, yeesh, they're looking really, really rough with 2 players having had to buy down all the way to 0. Got a few ultimates to use. Hopefully that gives them some buffer zone, but again, coming up against a Rez, you know, if they get a pick off in a safe spot, then it's just gonna get completely cancelled out. Could be a rough round for Kvala.
And another showstopper being deployed, coming straight on in. Kvala just quickly scouts out everything. Nobody is in the area, and gets it! They actually got Sophia in the midst of all that, and they also got the double as well as Athena drops on down, so... Well, that went beautifully for Gangsters in the end. How about that?
Amazing reflexes to get the showstopper off. Now, this is a fairly common thing I see a lot of Razors do. So it fires the showstopper and turns around immediately. And in the turn, spots one in heaven and still manages to spray them down. Massive round there. Again for Kvala, doing so much work. I mentioned yesterday Daddy 12 and the rest of her team on 6. Well, Klaa's on 15 and the closest behind is Nello with 9. So Klaa's doing so much work here and they forced Kvala down onto an eco again. We're getting so dangerously close to the end of the half. Kvala need to start racking up some rounds here, but if they're constantly on these ecos, it's going to be really tough to make it happen. No!
No way!
What?
Slicey gets flashed, moves in, gets a double, almost a triple, albeit unfortunately that reload cost them just a little bit, but that was not how I thought that shower exchange was going to go. As a result, it's a 3v3 in this situation, and it looks like the spike's on B.
Flashed out in a 1v3 and still gets 2 of them. You take that trade every single day of the week. And now it's down to the last 2 players for Kafala. They have managed to upgrade a little bit, but I mean, like, how much more can you do? Athena's down to like a sliver of HP. Euless is full HP, but there's a flank coming up from long as well, so no matter what direction they try and take, somebody's going to peek out and potentially be able to get that pick. Now, they know that there's already one behind at the back of sight. Can they follow that up? Woo!
Well, the answer
Swing's good.
Yeah, the answer is no, as Kefla just both drop, and here's the shower again. So Slicey gets blinded, and just immediately, like, the first shot was a body, the second was a headshot. Like, excuse me. Just, this is why we love to see players like these, and the bravery to still go for that. It's like, okay, not as much vision as you'd like, but still spraying and catching people at close quarters is just unreal.
Oh, beautiful work there. Now, Follow are able to buy up, and these next 2 rounds are pivotal for these ladies. They need to win these if they want a chance in the second half. If they concede both of these rounds to Gangsters, then their second half is going to be a nightmare to claw back up from only 2 points. They're still sitting on those ultimates. Oh, that's a really good start to the round.
Yeah, Slicey gets taken out immediately, but there's going to be a trade back as Astro drops on down. A nice shot from Daddy as well, gives themselves the player advantage again. More recon information, but they're, oh goodness! Sephia with the triple!
The support from the rest of the team is so good to help out there, and Claw, last person left alive. The ace is possible, but I don't know if it's probable. He's kind of stuck in lamps here. And everybody has an angle. The swing is good, and she was never really going to survive that one. Fala played that so well. Those opening picks were so good. Sephia had eyes on showers the whole time. Euless was there to back her up. There's some utility being used as well. The recon bolts coming through. So much support given so that she could maintain that showers control. And then Gangsters, once they'd cleaned out showers, there was only one person left trying to sneak in through A main. Of course, that was Claw. Gets her way into Lamps Control. Now, I talk about how Lamps Control helps you win a round, but I don't know, like, there are its limits. And in a 1v5, it's still going to be very difficult to make that one happen. A pivotal round for Kafala, not only because they win it, but because they use no ultimates in the exchange, which means now they have all 4 ultimates. They might have 5 fairly soon. This is a big round. They need to win this.
Yeah, it's crucial that they do this to try and minimize the point deficit going in to the second half, and they all go for that flash, just looking away at the right possible time. Tries to spray in as well. Showstopper comes out, actually catches, so one catches the Killjoy, and Sephia gets straight up the pick on the other player. There is going to be a res coming on in, so it'll be a player advantage, but walls are coming up. Here comes the Ray as well, and takes out the Sage! And the Killjoy! It's a double on the Ray!
Well, I spoke about that, you know. Ooh, oh, okay, Slicey. Damn, good attempt. It manages to get 2 there towards the end. It was really, really close. You know, I kind of spoke about how they had all of these ultimates available to them at the start of the round, and they just blew everything, but they didn't do it, like, it was calculated. They made sure that they were utilizing those ultimates in the most effective way they possibly could in that round. So, best of a bad situation. There is definitely some potential here. If they win these 2 pistols, they give themselves a chance. If they lose these pistols, because historically, so the first 2 pistol rounds went to Gangsters, and then Gangsters managed to win the 2 follow-up rounds as well, despite Kafala having bought up. So Kafala need to either win these 2 pistol rounds, or they need to win round 3. If they cannot string those, if they cannot get at least 1 or 2 rounds in the next 4, then they're in for a massively difficult time.
Yeah, and the Ghost already starting off, so the pistol round pick first goes to Gangsters. They are now going to have themselves a little bit more of a harder time to try and defend what will, well, I say defend, attack what will be coming. The player disadvantage is going to be Daddy, who has the spike for the time being, but again, Only so much you could do with the pistols, but then again, you know, it is playing field. It is the pistol round of our first point. And a headshot with a ghost! Never mind when you got moves like that!
Got the moves like Jagger and immediately goes straight through the teleporter. Now, of course, the sound cue gives away all of that information, but they've left one behind to try and get... Oh, that flank is going to be so big. Oh, man.
I don't think
and
they
don't realize
it.
she's there, yeah. So this could turn into a really big pincer, but they need to time this perfectly. Wait, really? What? Why?
Why? I was going to say the same thing. That's just straight up a free double for you for that. Like... all eyes were on you. What did you think was going to happen? Julius does manage to get a pick from all of that, so they're only still a player behind, but surely all eyes will be on that spike now.
Oh, nice little swing there. So it's down to the 2v2. Lamps control firmly for gangsters, but they're watching that spike like a hawk. Time is ticking down to like 10 seconds left. Alarm bot comes out. There's just no time.
There's no way they get this plan. There's no way they get this plan. Or are they? They do! They get the plan! It's a 1v2! But Julius looks the wrong way, unfortunately. They were both... One was to the left and the other was to the right, so they were only ever going to get one in that situation. They get the plant somehow in the midst of all of that, but still, the point does not go their way.
That teleport play, I don't know what the thought process there was. I mean, they didn't have a wall. It was not even like a blaze wall. Nothing to try and deny sightlines, to deny bullets. They just run straight out into the open. And Spike gets dropped on the ground, and they kind of threw that round away. Very disappointing. And they kind of need some kind of a redemption arc here. Now, I see a judge being brought up. Larry's going to be chilling on the classic. Try and make something happen there. And of course, Kafala will buy up in this round. Despite the fact that they lost that first round. They're buying it up.
Again, risk reward. They want to do everything they can to stop gangsters getting that double digits already. Put themselves at quite the deficit if they don't get anything out of this round as a result. Again, gangsters just hanging on, and look at the amount of smokes being deployed. I don't think anyone's surprised there. The bomb buddy out.
Yeah, gets stopped by the gravity well though. So it slows it down quite considerably, and that gives a lot of space. Kafala already on site. The spike's gonna go down. Already shaping up to be a better round than the previous one, but that first kill going through. Judge.
Yeah, you don't just walk into close quarter combat to get away with that, especially if the judge is there. Defuse already happening because everybody is pretty much alive bar one, and gangsters do enter double digits as a result. A 6-point lead in the second half.
Much better round for Kafala there, but unfortunately we're not expecting the judge play. Now, given how low the credits were for gangsters and how they kind of... I don't think they were expecting a judge per se, but now I hope that they are expecting it. You know, Slicey didn't die that round, so there's no real reason to get rid of the judge. So they need to be very wary of those close quarters potential takes. Now, for now, the spike's moving its way over towards B site instead of the A because the A has just been so locked up. And look at this aggression. Oh!
Yep, aggression going the way of gangsters. They were met them immediately. Sheriff manages to take out the bomb buddy in the end, but again, Clark is just making a massive time advance. They are going to get the pick, gets the double, bomb gets the pack out of that, because they obviously, otherwise, they would have gone down as well. Catches them, catches the Cypher, but not quite enough. The Sheriff will get the pick, and Daddy gets one back of their own, so back to a 3v3.
Well, not anymore.
Nah.
It's just so chaotic right now, but the HPs are so low. There's no way Slicey gets that kill with the judge from that far away. Latu was able to pick up the spike. It's an interesting push up long. There's the TP play so that they're able to reconnect as they move towards the A site. But of course, they're both very low HP. And I think it's quite obvious what the plan is here. Gangsters sticking together. They're full HP. Sage probably still has a heal back. You know, the cooldown will have finished, so has that available if necessary.
30 seconds
Spike
left.
will get planted, but this should be an easy retake.
Well, you never know. Latu is going to go into showers. Again, they're emerging in there. They'll at least get the location revealed for their teammates. And now they're just waiting to see if they can make anything work with this. They're going to sit in the flame wall. And again, they could just sort of like bait this out here. Daddy going to fire in a shock bolt. It'll try and force them away, but it's not going to work out for them. And as you say, an easy retake in the end. It's a triple for the Sage. And that puts Gangsters on 11-4.
Oh, this is so unfortunate for Kafala, because so that's the 2 pistol rounds done and dusted, plus the next the bonus round, and that would have, you know, that should have been a buy round for Kafala, but they opted to do that kind of buy up previously. Now there is some potential here because Kafala are able to buy up, and Gangsters are still a bit on a weird buy. Slicey not really willing to give up on that Judge just yet, but Nino on a Spectre, which could be upgraded. I'm surprised to see that it's not happening. I suppose they're just trying to save up as much of their economy as they can because they know they can afford to lose a few rounds. But you could also just kind of smash a round. Kafala are going to come into this with full guns. They're immediately dropping the Cosmic Divide and the Run It Back to get some information. Oh, and that's going to use up a lot of the utility here. Great usage of this Run It Back.
Yeah, realizing that was probably going to be the play to go for, and the spike is going to be down once again, and obviously with the wall up there, it's going to dampen the sound on that side of the field. So we'll see if Casper can actually get a point out of this. Slicky took a lot of damage there and finally does drop, and that just leaves the Cypher for Kafla and a showstopper just to rub it in. And that is going to be all they wrote. That's going to be 12-4. It's match point already for Gangsters. And they are looking to take an early lead in this set.
See, the problem there was how Kfala decided to set themselves up for the post-plant. They didn't really take control of elbow. They weren't really watching back of sight very well. And of course, the wall begins to kind of work against them because they also can't hear what's coming from the defender's spawn side. So this was a really good retake from Gangsters. They took very good control of the situation, were able to push onto the site, and Kafala not able to cover all of the angles, just weren't able to defend. And of course, paint shells, of course, getting way too much value than is necessary in my opinion. A nice smoke here to hide this positioning up on the box. This could be dirty from Oh, there it is.
Yeah. And quickly jettisons themselves out of that situation as well. Took a little bit of damage, but still, they'll take the pick easily. That gives them a 4-3 here to deal with. The wall's going to get shot through, and Clara's just waited for us. Like, alright, then fine, break the wall. I'm ready for you. Gets themselves an ult orb just in case anything goes wrong. There's a 3v3 situation as the spike is planted.
And it's just a little bit off of that default spot, so the spam through the cloud, or through the smoke, doesn't actually connect. They still have the lockdown available, which can be used for retake, but now they have... Okay, they had the numbers advantage. Oh, 1v1, no more lockdown! Euless comes up big!
Yeah, Euless clutching that out in the end, needed to, especially when you've got people like Cloud just popping off willy-nilly with those kind of shots, so... Great little hold there, and it gives Kafla a little bit of breathing space, but not so long, because look what Slicey's now deciding to rock up with.
There's that operator play that we've kind of been talking about. It's not coming through from Kafala, surprisingly enough. I think they weren't able to string together enough economy to get that going, but we are going to see it from Gangsters. It's going to be the first time we're seeing the Gangsters operator in this tournament, so... We'll see how effective it can be. Obviously, it's going to be holding down long. It's a pretty good place to have it. But unfortunately, misses the first shot.
And no purchase with the Fury either for Daddy. So they'll have to try and do this the hard way now. Try and get the second poke. Again, no dice with the operator. So 2 shots for 2 missing for the time being. But still early days. It still might come back. They're actually going to swap it out by the looks of it. And hand it back to the Astra.
Oh, Literally are going to be holding on to it. Needs to watch for the swing. Oh, she doesn't miss those.
And Slicey with the run it back as well. Gets themselves a double on the board. And this could be another flawless to end the match. And it is. We saw a flawless win out of point earlier. Yesterday. And we see one start things off for Gangsters. A 13-5. And a really good hold for them in the end.
Oh, that was always going to be a difficult one for Kvala to try and, wangle their way through that last point there. I love the last second operator swap. Like, okay, I'm not doing anything with this gun. You take it. Please do something. And not just that, but also, hey, I have run it back. I can use that. So they swap up the operators. They give it to Lirelia, who's able to lock down the C site. Run it back comes through, like you said, manages to get a couple of pickoffs there. And that's the B site completely shut down. 2 players left alive. Easy cleanup. Great work here from Gangsters. I love seeing how they utilize their team play. They're working together, using their abilities. We saw this from Kvala as well, using abilities, making sure they're able to cover and swing on each other when necessary, using the utility to support whichever player is busy trying to get the frags. That's how they were able to win one of those rounds on the defense. Really great stuff coming through from these teams, but Gangsters just looking really, really clean right now. And it's not the 13-6 that we saw yesterday. Today was going to end up in a 13-5 instead. But we'll see if that winds up being a new curse. Hopefully, Kvala can turn things around on the second map.
Yeah, we will soon find out. Now, another quick little mention with the fact that I like that coordination between Gangsters as well. As like Slicey was just like, okay, I missed 2 shots with the operator. I'm gonna hand it off. I'm gonna hand off to Lyra, and immediately the first shot just like. I do like that. It's like, if something isn't working for you, it's okay to trade things out. And then on the top of that, when you've got a player like Kla, 24 kills in that match, like the only person in the 20s in that round. Again, just every single time we seem to see Kla, they were always mixing it up, and that's kind of what you want out of a player, out of someone who's rocking Raze.
Absolutely. It's phenomenal work from these ladies, and hopefully map 2 delivers just as powerfully.
And with that being said, map 2 is going to get ourselves set and ready to go, so we will be back in just a moment. A 13-5 win for Gangsters in the early stages. Can they keep that going for another 2-0, or are we going to see another best of 3 go to distance? We'll have to sit and find out in just a moment when we return for the 3rd installment of the Huntress trial. is time for match number 2 in our first semi-final here at the third installment of the Huntress Trials. Layla and Mizuki back with you once again, and it's time for Icebox.
Hell yeah. So much excitement. So, of course, Kafala, we saw this exact same composition from them yesterday. It is the standard Icebox comp. It works. It does what it needs to do. Viper, Sova, Viper and Jet. Wow, why can I not remember Sage's name? Viper and Sage for those amazing walls. And then, of course, Sova for the information, Killjoy to help with that, and the Jet for the, entrying. Now, obviously, Gangster's composition differs slightly. They're opting not to go for the Sova. They're opting to have only one agent for that little bit of information, which could get quite spicy because they're not really going to have too much to deal with a lockdown should it come out. But hopefully they have a way to work around that. And, of course, they're running the double duelist, so that's a lot of firepower. They're going to be trying to pivot off of that. It's a very attack-heavy composition, and starting on the defense, that could also kind of work against them. We'll see how they choose to run this defense, if they're going to play a more passive defense and lock down the site, or if they're going to play an aggressive defense, push out, try and pincer, and shut down Kafala before they have a chance to plant.
It's going to be great to see what both of them are going to bring to the table as a result, and obviously we've generally seen Reina have some pretty tasty moments throughout the tournament so far, so we'll see if they can make it work here on Icebox as our first pistol round is underway. And already Athena takes the high ground, as you would expect the Jet to do. Taking down a little bit of utility, hopping onto the zip line, and already pretty much getting everybody up onto the point, triggering as many traps as possible. Kind of gets caught out a little bit there, but again, they're still making their way through. Claw on the high ground with the Reina, and that will be Spike going down, and they turn their back just to get their hip off.
Yeah, that decay does so much damage. It takes her so very low there. Now down to the 3v3. Spike is down, and the post plants for Kafala have been questionable leading up to this.
Yeah, the defuse is already coming up from Slicey. Gets a headshot in there as well, and they've got it. They've absolutely got it.
Oh my goodness, they weren't able to spam down. That's why it's so important to remember exactly where that spike has been planted. Ping it on the map. Make sure your team knows, because the spam was coming through, but it was just a little bit too far off. And that defuse comes through in the middle of a cloud burst. It's quite a ridiculous showing, but it works out exceptionally well here for Gangsters. A very good defensive half. Now we're going to see, the classic. Buy up a little bit. What is interesting is that Kafala is doing that thing again. They're forcing up second round. They want to match guns and match firepower and try and win out this round. It's that high-risk, high-reward strat. We'll see if it plays out better for them this time around.
Yeah, it didn't go their way the last time they did this kind of thing, so well, see if second time's the charm. Already, again, Athena up onto the high ground, trying to get some kind of a pick, but actually takes more damage than they actually give. Again, not the stuff that they were looking for, but it is going to be Daddy who gets the shot with the Sheriff first and foremost, taking Claw out of the equation. Slicey cannot get the bullets to land, and it's going to be Athena who gets the better of it. Athena does go down to a double from the Killjoy, and it brings us back to a 3v3.
Great work there from Leo with the Spectre to get those couple of kills. A little bit surprising. Oh, and such good follow-up there from Nello as well. So, last two players left alive for Kafala Blue, and they're still trying to force this A site.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, you'd think they would have given up on that by now, but it's going to be a triple, a double, and there we go. Sage gets the final pick, and that is going to be, again, 2 points in a row for Gangsters in the early stages. Yeah, that unfortunate first burst just missing on the side, and as a result, Gangsters will clean up for the rest of the round. Fun fact from the previous matchup, Gangsters had not one, not two, but 4 streak wins in a row in that previous set before Kathleen managed to at least interrupt them with a couple points here and there. So you get the general feeling that if Gangsters keeps this up, it might be another one coming.
Going to be very difficult because, of course, they forced down onto a janky buy. Gangsters did lose a couple of players there, so it forces them down as well. But with the Spectre in Claw's hands, you know that's always going to be dangerous. The deep push through A. This is what I was talking about, that aggressive push. They know they have the gun advantage, and they're just going to create this pincer movement and try and stop Fale in their tracks.
There.
And look at that, they're already pretty much there. And again, Clara immediately just like, okay, I got to see a couple pixels there. I know they're going to be around here. Kathla have 2 people, but hey, Jet's popping off as well. And in fact, they've got the knives out as well, so gets the double and pops the ult as well. 3 left on the board for them. It's going to be interesting to see if they can actually get this. And actually, Slicey is going to get themselves the pick on the Killjoy. So it's a 1v3 for Kathla.
Now it's all down to Athena to try and make something happen. Yeah, the Blade Sword coming out, Blade Storm, may have been a little bit early. And in a 1v3, I mean, look at how they've positioned themselves to stop from getting onto the spike here. Spotted her out, knows where she is, only good for 1. And Claw with the swing will get that cleanup. Another round on the board here for Gangsters. And now the big question is, what is the buy going to look like? Because the economy has been such a mess. Fala finally going to be able to buy up here on round 4. And Gangsters, wow, okay. Most of them going for a straight bonus, but Slicey not playing around, opts for that operator very, very early on. And again, this is also high risk, high reward. Because if she gets taken down, she loses that operator in this round. That means they're going to be their economy is going to be an absolute mess in the next round. So this is a very, very important round for Kfala Blue to win. Not just because it gets them on the board, but because it will tank Gangster's economy.
Yeah, and you would think that they would like to try and get that operator away from them as well if they do manage to get the Jet down in a decent position. But again, Slicey's not going to allow them a chance to really do that. We saw them miss a couple of these op shots previously, but they're not going to miss it this time around. Killjoy drops.
She hits those. Oh my goodness, the pixels through all of the Viper utility. Fantastic. And of course, the Viper utility doesn't stop bullets. It's not a Sage wall. It's down to just Daddy left alive. She's been absolutely stellar for this team, but unfortunately cannot go up against Slicey on that operator, and along with 4 other players. A very, very dominant round here from Gangsters. Good to see Slicey getting value with that operator, but just, oppressive round here. Kafala, things are looking dangerous. They needed to win that round. Now Gangster's economy is flying. Kafala are going to be forced onto Sheriffs again.
Yeah, and just like that, Slicey just, again, becoming that force to be reckoned with. Never underestimate. I mean, like you said, like, just managed to find the pixels through the Viper wall and gets the pick as well, and a triple in the end with that operator. So yeah, absolutely making it work beautifully, and we'll see if they can take a 5th point in a row. They've yet to do so. Kathla always managed to find a way to stop them after 4. They've got it all to do if they actually want to take this, and the lockdown is initiated.
That early pickoff is good for Gangsters, but Kafala, we're definitely not hoping for that one. Lockdown's going to come through to try and shut down, push Gangsters out, but it's already over, and Gangsters are in such a good position here because look at this flank.
That is not going to be good for them. Waiting for the eye to go out. It does. Rinses through Daddy, but actually Daddy does live through it. Finally gets taken down in the midst of that, and heals them straight back on up. That is going to be a plant coming on down. Kafla's the only one down, so they have to go for it. 1v4, but it's not going to have any kind of impact. And that is going to be another successful defuse, and that's 5 for 5 for Gangsters.
It's really unfortunate that Kafala don't have a flank check. And that's really so important. When you're executing on either A or B, there are 2 very distinct ways from each side that you can get flanked. And you need to have at least one person watching for that. Now, they had Daddy watching for it, but she was in a very, very bad position to give that information and to deal with it. She needed to actually be holding even further back. And it was so easy there for Kla to get control of that situation. And it's going to be really difficult for Kafala to retake control here. They do have 2 ultimates online. They've got the Hunter's Fury and the Raze, but there's 5 ultimates available for Gangsters, and the operator is still in play. Kafala, you can actually see how carefully they want to think this one out before they commit to a particular site. It's a good early pickoff, but they need to leverage that more into the round.
Not quite able to get the upshot they were looking for, taking out the drone, but not taking out the agent. It means that Kafla does have a player advantage for the time being, but it's how they actually take advantage of that but they haven't been able to secure that point as consistently as they'd like to. Both smokers are going to go down for Slicey. As Gangsters, again, just keeping an eye on things. It looks like the rotation is actually coming out towards B by the looks of it.
There's only one person. Actually, there's no one on B at the moment. B is completely free.
We call that...
course...
Oh, sorry. I was just going to quickly just chirp in with a... We call that free real estate.
That we absolutely do. And it's good to see that Athena is watching these flanks as well, watching mid. They've got some watching towards the attacking spawn as well. So those flanks that I was talking about from all those different directions, it's basically being covered. And now it's just about watching because, of course, the main rotation is coming through the defender's spawn. There is one rotation from, you know, attacker spawn.
Healer down.
And it is shut down. So necessary to watch for those. And now they can focus completely on guarding the spike.
Yeah, and taken down as well. Daddy gets through that. And obviously there's a lot of toxins up in that as well. Gets the up shot. Do they know they missed it? Just about missing it. And that will be Slicey down. And Kathla finally get themselves a point on the board. I think that is going to be them safe as well. Taking weapons through. Did anybody pick up the operator? I don't think they did.
Nah, I don't think they want it, given that they're on the attack here. It's definitely more difficult to make something happen with that. So, rather just let that die, let it rip in peace. But Gangster's economy is so good, so easy to just buy another one. Now, that was a good round from Kafala because of the way that they used the Viper's utility once they were able to get onto site. Gangsters with a very, very premature rotation towards the A site leave B completely undefended. They're not going to make that mistake again. And I do believe I heard the Blade Storm pop. So keep an eye out for those knives as Gangsters have 5 ultimates on the board here.
Clark gets a headshot, but immediately traded down as well. So it gives ourselves a 4v4 back to square one, essentially. Almost going for the... Oh, didn't actually get it! Slicey does not get the target this time around. Gets a second chance at it, though, thanks to Sephia with the res. That's why Sage is always such an important asset, especially in maps like this. When you know you've got the operator, you want to keep that on the field as long as possible. And the lockdown is up. And hey, speaking of Sage reses, we got one on the other side too. So both Sages have res.
But of course, that gives the numbers advantage still over to Kfala. Now, they have slowed down considerably. Ooh, nice little peek there. And that gives so much information as to where everyone is standing. Oh, the pixels! Absolute pixels. Athena manages to take down the operator. No longer on the board here. And that is fantastic. But is it going to be enough? Because the spike is down, trying to make its way over towards A. They weren't watching for that flank because, well, the person who usually watches that got taken down too early.
And Killjoy, unfortunately, looking the wrong way as well. That just leaves the Sage up for Gangsters. It's Nino against 4. They've managed to take 1 down, but time is very much... Well, I was going to say, was against them. Now the spike is going to be down for Kafala over on the B side. So Nino is actually going to go ahead and try and fight this.
She wants to save the up.
Oh, yeah, someone was already there waiting for them, so really good plan, had the vantage point, and that gives Kafala a second point in this, and very deservedly so in the end there. Again, Slicey just could not get the shots where they mattered most.
Losing out that up battle is definitely not ideal, and then to die again a little bit later in the same round to a rifle, very unfortunate. Now, they tried to pick up that operator in the previous round, but something that I had criticized Gangsters for a little bit earlier, or rather Kafala for a little bit earlier about watching those flanks, they do actually manage to sort that out and make sure that the operator cannot be saved. So now they're full buying up here. They've got some points on the board, looking a lot better off than they did on Bind. And the lockdown's going to come down again to force Gangsters off of site. Amazing that they've managed to get another ultimate so quickly. And like I said, Gangsters, no Hunter's Fury. Nothing to deal with that lockdown. All they can do is wait for it to finish and hope that the post plants aren't too dangerous.
Yeah, and the Viper's pick goes up as well. So that will be the spike going on down. Cloud's just spraying on through, but actually got nothing with that. The knives are up from Slicey as well. We'll see if any proper purchase with this. And again, the pit is just such an intimidating thing to go through. First knife, first pick. That is the pit done and dusted. You get taken out in the midst of that, but that's still a massive setback
Oh my
for
goodness.
Kafla. It's just Killjoy, and the Killjoy is down. How quickly that turned around. Gangsters take themselves a 6th point.
Oh, very, very solid defense here. Don't even need that Hunter's Fury because they're able to shut down this Viper's Pit. Unfortunately, Euless kind of on her own there, not expecting the Blade Storm to come out. And if those knives had somehow missed, because we've seen that happen where they just kind of go past your target, if that had happened, then that round probably ends very, very differently for Gangsters. A very, very pivotal pick off there to make sure that the Viper's Pit goes offline and they have full vision and they're free to walk onto the site without, worrying about the decay. Now, again, Operator back online. Kafala, I mean, a lot of ultimates used there from Gangsters. Every single one of them. And Kafala is still holding onto their Hunter's Fury and their own Blade Storm. So this is coming into this. At least something to work with. Ooh.
Yeah, a lot of spray from Cloud, but nothing finds the mark. Having said that, though, the op does manage to take Sephia out of the equation, so back to a 4v4, and Slicey is always just incredibly dangerous with that op. You have to be so prepared and ready for it. Julius gets themselves another smoke up, and quickly brings that back on down. Just gives themselves a little bit of cover to get on through. Gonna chop down the Sage Ball. Get themselves an orb. I think that means they've got res set and ready to go as well if they need it. Might give themselves the player advantage, but they might hold on for it for the next point.
That second kill was quite disgusting, but it does get traded out. So we're going to be down to the 3v3. Oh, the res comes through. That's really bad news here for Kafala. It looks like they might be able to get the plant, but the early Hunter's Fury means they're not going to have that for post-plant setups. So if the Spike Diffuse comes through, what are they going to use to try and deny that? They're already at a person disadvantage.
Yeah, that's not gonna go their way here unless they can get the picks where they matter most. Athena again at massive range here. Tries to open up, doesn't quite score. They know they're there now, but there's nothing they can do about it. They at least managed to get one pick in there, but immediately traded on out. It's a 3-1 advantage. Make that a 3-0 advantage. And Gangsters secures themselves yet another point.
Oh, geez, that was super unfortunate with so many people left alive. Now, the Hunter's Fury, they didn't even get a chance. I think if they play for time here, they have a better chance. But they go in a little bit too aggressively, and it gets shut down super, super easily. I don't know. I feel like Kafala need to get a bit more patient. They approach the site. They're hesitant in how they, which site they're going to approach because they're looking for that little bit of information. That's important. That's good. But once they get onto site, their post plants just kind of fall apart. They haven't really, we're not seeing the same post plants that we saw yesterday. Yesterday, they were doing so well, shutting down any access to the site. And this time around, they're just kind of falling apart. Gangsters have really, really good retakes. They get into those positions really easily. They get people out on the flanks so that they can get the pincers in. Kafala have really been struggling under the weight of the flanks. And it's just been it's been rough going. Having used that Hunter's Fury, now all they have is Blade Storm. They have rifles, so that's at least something, but this could be the last rifle round because economy, it's a thing.
Yeah, economy is a thing, and it's not in their favor at the moment. And Lato unfortunately runs straight into a headshot. Slicey, not going to find anything with the op just yet, but give them a second chance. They might still yet find something, and they absolutely do. Athena drops on down. Sage at least gets a little bit of revenge, and actually gets a double in the midst of all of that. And Lyra, unfortunately, could not find the pick that they were looking for as they all come running on in to get that spike down, and actually gets taken out in the midst of it all.
This is impressive for Kafala to be winning out these gun battles so well. And now it's down to the last two here. Oh no, Sephia last person standing. This was looking so good for Kafala.
Oh wow, they got the triple, but unfortunately so too has Clark. And it's the Rain who holds on to take themselves an 8-2 lead.
That, again, it was a potentially solid round for Kafala. Now, they did lose the knives very early on in the series. That was kind of the tip of the spear there. But Sephia manages to even it out, and she got so many kills in that round. Gangsters just way too oppressive. It's the same thing over and over again. Once Kafala get onto the site, they're they essentially become the defenders once they're on the site, and it all just falls apart. Gangsters have been so good at shutting it down, and of course, Slicey with that operator has been quite the menace. Now, luckily, Kafala was still able to buy in that previous round, but this is pretty much it. It's the last 2 rounds in the half. They need to get that up to a 4 if they want to make something happen. They were able to do it on the previous map. Hopefully they can keep that going.
Yeah, and something to note there as well. I believe the Killjoy on Kafla just picked up the orb that gives them the lockdown, so they'll have this for either this point or for the next point, which we know will be the end of the first half. So good to get that ult on charge and ready to go, because in fact Gangsters have nothing ready for that at all, so they're just reliant on sheer firepower.
Viper's Wall comes out, meant to be a little bit of a bait, but Gangsters not taking the bait. They've realized the lockdown's going to come through, and again, that's to force off of sight. So this is going to help for Kafala to actually get onto the site, but they need to follow that up with some really good work, because unfortunately, Late you already down, operator coming in clutch. The Blade Storm's going to pop. Gangster's not willing to give up this round.
No, they absolutely aren't. They're going to go for the plant. Gets themselves a headshot, so that is a double. The orb doesn't quite go the way that they'd like to. They do manage to get the res at the very least. Make that a triple for Slicey. Make that a quad! Is the ace? No, the ace doesn't come! It just quite misses. You just fall for a split second it might. But the Killjoy literally lives up to the name and denies them that. But Gangsters will take the 9th point in either case. Goodness me, Jet, calm down.
Oh, wow. And this is super unfortunate because I think if Kafala had a chance to have a defensive half, they might have been able to do better. But they're not really going to have that chance now because even if they win this round, they go into the half 9-3. And it's just 4 rounds that Gangsters need to win. And that's the 2 pistols and the 2 bonus rounds. I mean, they've been consistently winning that over the last 2 maps. So if they do it again, and it's made even worse if Gangsters win this round. Because Kafala are going to have nothing. They're going to have almost no chance to make something happen in the second. Oh.
And Slicey is just scoring with the op even like more consistently than I love the fact that we ended like the previous match where Slicey missed both shots and traded out the operator. They've came into this one and absolutely made up for that. Like most of their shots have found their mark and it is showing. The confidence is just skyrocketing.
Even trade out here. And again, we're seeing that patience from Kafala. They've got one very deep on A. No, Datty, you were so important for helping with that push. Now the spike's going to start moving over towards the B site, which is mostly clear. But with only 3 players left alive, checking every single one of these angles is going to be a tough ask. And Gangster's rotation has started to come through here.
Viper's pick goes up from Nello as well, I believe. And Julius quickly has to get the heck out of that. I see with the op, gonna try and maybe fire one through or just wait for the cloud to go. Misses the shot when it drops though.
An important shot to try and get, but this Viper's pit has been so pivotal. Ooh, just misses the default spray there. And that's a really big pick.
Yeah, Athena gets it where it matters most, and Julius tries to spray through, but it's not going to happen for them. And Gangsters will take that point straight away from them. Jet and Nello survive, and that is going to be 10-2 going into the second half in the favor of Gangsters.
Oh, so unfortunate. Kafala should have won that one. They should have been able to spray through the smoke, get that last player down, but unfortunately did not end up that way. So now we come to the half at a 10-2.
Oh my god.
Gangsters.
I'm sorry. Look at Nino. Nino not just has 12 kills, they got 14 assists. They are always involved in this. Yeah. Look at that.
The heals and the reses do go burr. A lot of work being put in there. And now at a 10-2 half, Gangsters need to win 3 rounds. That's 2 pistols and 1 bonus. Which means if we carry on with the streak that we've seen and Gangsters take the first 2 pistol rounds, Kafala will be able to, if they don't force up, and I think they will. I think if they lose the first pistol, they're going to force up second. And if they do that, I think the game is lost. If they save for the second pistol and have rifles and try to win that way, then I think they have a chance to bring this back. But we still have one pistol round to get through before we get there. We'll see if Kafala can make something happen.
Yeah, Athena already down to 6. That's not the start you want, and anything else will likely take them out of the equation, but it's going to be Clara who actually drops first. Daddy's scoring in with the Ghost when needed. They need to keep this up. They need to hold Gangsters at bay, and actually are succeeding to do so. Nello is down, and that's the spike dropped as well. They should be able to recover this, Gangsters. But yeah, might have to abort this and maybe rotate out, but Leia is actually on a little bit of an adventure of their own, but does get taken down.
Far better defense here. I don't see this going, 1v5. Alright, Nino doesn't take any damage there. Cool. Does manage to take down one. But yeah, I don't see this being an ace clutch. So Kafala will win themselves the very first pistol. And that means that they are able to bonus up in the next round, which means just off the back of this, they have a chance to claw their way back into this game. It's going to be an uphill battle without a doubt. They'll be able to bonus up. They should be coming up against pistols once again. They're going to need to leverage that advantage into another round win, but then they're coming up against rifles in the third round, and that's where it starts to get a little bit spicy. Hopefully by then they've given themselves a little bit of wiggle room. If they can win this round, hopefully they can keep some skin in the game.
Oh, we certainly hope so. I mean, I love the fact that I mentioned that Gangsters had like 3 4-in-a-row wins earlier in the previous matchup. Now they've got 2 5-in-a-rows, which just tells you how much pressure they are applying onto Catalan. How much they're going to have to try and absorb here. Unfortunately, wandering through, everybody of Gangsters were just waiting for that, and it was just a question of who gets the kill.
A very, very important opening pick here for Gangsters. Ooh. Shock Dart connects! That's massive! And 2 extra kills to follow that up. That's another round win for Kafala, and this is massive. But like I mentioned before, Gangster's gonna be on a rifle round now, and this is where things are really gonna start to heat up.
So do we chalk that up to like what, 3 assists there for Daddy in the space of 1 dart? Like that dart was immediately followed up with like 2 kills from everybody else around them. That is what you want out of a Sova. That was beautifully done. And yeah, that's 2 points back to back in the at the start of the second half. So yeah, as you say, it'll be scary once Gangsters are able to get hold of those rifles, but it's exactly the start that Kafla needed this half.
And they've given themselves the operator. We're finally seeing that come online for Athena. We've been waiting for it. Now let's see how she compares to the op that we've seen from Dicey. Oh, the headshot to start it off. There's an operator here, ladies. You might want to rethink your strategy.
Such a tasty headshot as well, and that is going to just pop that fear factor back on the other side of the table now. This is what happens when you run into operators. And Clark, with the high ground, sets off the trap from above. Obviously not going to take any damage from up there, but again, it gives the information away to say, okay, someone's moving around down here. And again, you see both of the walls set up across B. So again, not sure how spread out the entire team is, but really it's the question of where are Gangsters going to take this? It looks like they are thinking about going to B, but crucially, Kafala seem to understand that that is what's happening. They're coming with them.
A very good read of the situation, and of course making sure that the operator is constantly moving, not staying in one place. Oh, just misses the shot there onto Slicey, and that's pretty big. That wall's gonna get instantly destroyed, and knives are gonna get popped here. No plant for Gangsters.
Yeah, Spike is gonna drop on down. They saw a couple pixels there, so Athena will know someone is waiting for them, but unfortunately doesn't get the knife to go. And that is going to be Slicey getting the better of the jet exchange. Only 10 seconds left to go for the plant. It's now just Killjoy. And I don't think they're going to be getting anything from that either. 3 in a row for Kafala.
Impressive defense from Kafala here. In fact, they're denying any opportunity. I mean, I mentioned coming into this was going to be the rifle round for Gangsters. It was an important round, but they were denying the opportunity to even use those rifles. Just completely shutting down those sight lines over and over and over again. And now we've still got the operator online. Daddy's going to stick with the Spectre most likely because that's just the bonus. Kefala forced, or rather Gangsters forced onto one of those kind of janky, spectre-y buys. They know that they've got quite a big buffer. They can afford to lose a couple of rounds here, but they want to start picking up rounds if they want to win this out, if they want to clean up this series.
Yeah, just gonna say, Kafla have to do all of the work in the second half. Gangsters only need 3 points, but Kafla are making this as hard as possible for them. And again, another shock dart, trying to get some assistance. Gets a headshot, gets 2! Actually, that is beautifully done for Kafla, and it gives them the player advantage on top of it all. Athena gonna get another up shot on the Viper. Goodness me, Nello has walked into that twice in back-to-back rounds, and one more for good measure on the Sage. And again, another point for Kafla. This is exactly what they needed. And again, consistency when it's absolutely needed. Look at that.
Crazy. I mean, this is what I was saying. If Kefala had a defensive round, we might see something different. We're seeing it. I didn't think it was going to be this dominant, but I'm really impressed. Now, bearing in mind, this was their map pick, so maybe they knew something we didn't. We lacked the critical information. They knew exactly what they were doing coming into this round. Now, they've got a Huntress Fury online. Gangsters are going to have a Blade Storm, but things are starting to look a little bit dicey for these ladies. We'll see which avenue they choose to push through this time around. For some reason, Viper still chilling over in spawn. Just watching that angle, watching for those flanks. It's so important. Don't let anybody sneak up behind. It's been a detriment to them in the past. Hopefully they'll keep that on lock in this round.
We certainly hope so, as they start to move on forward. Bit by bit, they're certainly thinking about going into A. Again, they're all spread out across that top half. There's only one really covering it, but they've got a good vantage point for it. And unfortunately, they don't get it at all. Clara gets the pick. And that is going to be a spike planted for Gangsters. And here comes the Fury. Will they get any purchase with this? The answer, it looks like it's going to be no. Yet nothing for that.
Some pro ducking and diving there. Kefala hedge their bets on B. They're not watching for this flank.
Oh no. Oh, at least Daddy manages to stop Nella before they can do too much damage. But that's still a player down. That gives Gangsters still the player advantage, although having said that, it's now back to a 3v situation. The Sage has dropped, and Jet begins to boost on in. They know Kafla, they need to get on with this. It's a 2v2 situation. There's the headshot, it's just the Killjoy left. They're going for the defuse, but they are going to be down. Will they get this in time? I think they will. No, they don't! Nope. They don't!
Oh, crazy round there from Gangsters, doing so well to burn down that time amazingly. Oh, the swing here around the corner, and of course not watching for that flank. We talk about how important it is to watch for those flanks, and Daddy has just been absolutely smurfing. But despite being able to eliminate all the players from Gangsters, it really was all about that time wasting. Gangsters may have all died, but they still win out the round. But look at that buy. Most of them are on half armor, and most of them are on down to 0 credits. Next round is going to be so dangerous. But if they win this, we're on match point. Now, they still have to deal with that operator. Oh, speaking of.
Commentator's curse coming up once again. The second you name the operator, there goes the shot. Thankfully, they do manage to get a pick down on their side as well. So it's back to an even footing, 4 versus 4. But they will not like the fact that that Killjoy has already gone off the table.
And immediately off the back of that, ooh, nice little res is going to come through. They are serious about getting this to match point. They pulled back. They want to get away from that operator as quickly as possible. They have managed to, but the equalizer once again, despite the res, bringing it back to the 4v4.
Yep, lockdown is going to go up as well. Slice, he does have the knives out as well. So they're definitely putting on this pressure. They want to get this plant to come on down. Athena just sitting there through the barrier, gets the shot when it matters, and gets the jet down. Now they'll pop in with the rest of the knives. Not gonna quite find the purchase. They're on 2 health. How did they live?
Wondering if the Sage is not gonna be able to get a heal off because she's busy being a battle Sage. It's down to the last 2 players here to make something happen. Oh, beautiful. Oh my goodness, that lineup is so good. No one's gonna be able to touch the spike for a little while, but that operator's still there. It misses!
Last player standing.
They've lost so much time to this. Nello might actually hang on to this. They're running out of time, and Nello is just playing for it. There's the headshot. There's the clutch. The triple for Nello. And that is match point in style, my friends.
Felt like we were all kind of holding our breath there because that up shot missed. That should have been an easy cleanup, but somehow Nello survives, and the lineup with the snake's bite was so good to deny any sort of defuse scenario. And when poor Athena was down to just, or not Athena, Slicey down to that last 2 HP, the cleanup was so good, and I said how important it was to win that round because now gangsters are in with rifles and they have the Viper's Pit. There's still a res available for Kavala, but like, oh, this is gonna be dangerous.
Yeah, I was gonna say they don't have that Viper's Pit anymore because it's the Viper who gets taken down for gangsters, so it's the last thing they needed to try and, I mean, like I said, they've got a massive lead. All they need is one more point at this stage, and they are through to the grand finals. Again, if Kafla have their way with it, they will keep this fight going as long as they can. There are no ults on the table for gangsters, whereas Kafla do have a spare res in the back. So if push comes to shove, they'll have to utilize it, especially if the spike is planted, and Kla does take their Viper down as well.
Slowed down the pace considerably here, as Kafala realized what an important round this is.
Yeah.
Spike's moving its way over towards the A site, which is somewhat open. There's that raise that's finally come through, and that's... They also have the Viper's Pit online just from dying. And Daddy once again holding down mid, not allowing anything to happen there. Down to the last 2 players here for gangsters. This should be an easy round win for Kafala, but the pressure is on from here on out because we're at perpetual match point.
They've got 2 back. Are you kidding me? They've got 2 back. So Kafla have lost 2 in this entire exchange, but time is running out. I don't know if they're gonna get... I don't think they will get to A in time, will they? I don't think they will.
No, it's too long unless they plant right here on the edge. Nah, I think they missed their window. Yep.
Yeah.
Just missed it with that last little sliver of time. Unfortunate. Oh wow, Kafala really did well there. I spoke about how well gangsters burned down the time in the previous round. That's exactly what we saw from Kafala here. And they're still able to full buy up. Okay. Athena going to be a little bit of a glass cannon with absolutely no armor. But they know that they can't concede this round because perpetual match point. Gangsters coming into this on a save. 2 ultimates in hand. They do have the raise. I don't think they raise here unless they have a clear numbers advantage. Viper's Pit as well, probably unlikely to come out this round, but Kafala might use theirs. Yep, start the round with the Viper's Pit, shut down, deny A, force a B push. But let's see if it actually does pan out that way, because it seems gangsters are not afraid of this Viper's Pit.
Oh my gosh, they're absolutely still going on in with this, and they're gonna get picked out by Daddy with a double headshot. Make that a triple for Daddy.
Oh my!
Right place, quad.
Oh,
it's a quad. It's an ace. It's an ace for Daddy.
Let's go! I mean, that was an anti-eco, so we knew that it was very likely they were gonna win out that round. But to get the ace with the sliver of sightline that she had available here. Fantastic! And of course, it pulled out the Viper's Pit as well. I think that's why they weren't too scared about pushing the Viper's Pit, because they knew that they pulled out an ultimate that was super unnecessary in an anti-eco. Now, gangsters come into this. They're able to full buy up. Yes, 3 of their players are on 0 credits. But if it pans out, if they win this round, it doesn't actually matter. The up shot is going to whiff from Kafala, and that's going to force those ladies to pull back, and that's going to give a lot of space here for gangsters to try and push onto the B sides.
Yes, somewhat spread out, but they're all just queuing into the middle, and Daddy again just waiting for them. The wall is going to come, so they know full well they're going to come through, but they actually don't get anything with that one. Julius at least manages to take out the stage and the Killjoy. So, it is going to still be a player advantage, and actually, absolutely is. Kafala, nope, it's back to 2v2, and they're dropping like flies now. This is crucial here for both teams.
So dangerous here in mid, dancing back and forth. Trying to spot a sliver of a person, just a pixel to try and get that kill through. They actually win out that exchange, but Slicey is so low HP, and of course Sephia is full because, well, she's Sage. If she takes a bit of damage, she can just heal that back up. Heal is off cooldown as well. A lot of time here. The plant should come through. Now, they don't have anything to deal with a post-plant.
30 seconds left.
Because it's the two duelists that are left alive. But of course, Sephia doesn't have a ton to work with either. As long as these two players from Gangsters stick together and swing on one another, they should... Oh, we didn't even need the swing! Oh, looks away, Sephia, at the very last second. And there it is. Gangsters are going to be taking this map. What a fantastic series, Layla.
Yeah, a great series right there and then, and that was exactly what we wanted to see. We had everything in that matchup, but still, it is going to be a 2-0 in the end. For Gangsters, Kafla gave it everything. Heck, we got our first ace on stream as well from Daddy. That was beautifully held, but, you know, again, they had that lead from the second half going onwards. It was just a matter of time before they finally got those few points through, and just a great matchup from both sides of the field, and you know, hats off to Kafla. You know, they did incredibly well there.
Getting themselves a third, fourth placement in this tournament, that's not bad. Definitely nothing to scoff at. But of course, Gangsters are going to be going forward into the grand final. That is going to be such a fantastic match to watch. I am so looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing, and bearing in mind that the top four all get themselves on that prize pool as well. For those of you who are just tuning on in and not quite sure how that looks, basically third and fourth will be taking £250 away each, so you know, you're still walking away with something you could be very proud of your performance no matter what happens. So well done to Kafla for taking some of that money there and dusted. Second place will get £500 and first place will get £1,000. So the fact that Gangsters are already in there, it gives them a chance to at least get a decent amount of money out of that, but you know they'll desperately want that win, especially knowing full well that Project X and Chat Band are doing battle in their semi-final as we speak.
Oh, very, very exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing what the scores come through. Their game started a little bit later, so it's going to be a little while before we get some news from that, but like I said, that's an epic grudge match, particularly for Project X, who got knocked out in the previous Huntress trials by Chat Band. So they're looking for a bit of a redemption arc there. Looking forward to seeing who's going to win out on that one and who's going to be meeting up with Gangsters in the grand final.
Yeah, we'll definitely have more information for you when we receive it. But yeah, until then, we are going to take ourselves a break, and when we return, the action will continue here at the Huntress Trials. Don't go away.
I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. Let's make the most of this night. Come on, baby, take my hand. And we don't need to do the things we don't wanna do. Baby, while we're young,
Hello my friends, welcome on back to the third installment of the Huntress Trials here at RixGG. We got TK, Layla and Mizuki still with you as we prepare ourselves to pick up semi-final number 2. We have just seen Kaffler Blue fail to take out Gangsters by 2 points to 0, and now we join Project X and Chat Band. They have just finished an overtime match that went 15-17, a 57-minute long match, and quite rightly so. Both teams opted to take a quick little break before they descend onto Ascent. Yes, I did. Yes, I used the same J because I did last time around. But to be fair, it's exactly where we're going, and it means that it's going to be a very spicy confrontation between these two, especially given their previous history.
Yeah, so just a reminder for everyone, I did type it up in chat, but a lot of people don't watch chat. A lot of people don't listen to me, but hopefully the combined power of typing and talking, I get the message to as many people as possible. This is a grudge match for Project X. The last time that these two teams bumped heads, it was during the Huntress Trials number 2. It was in the round of 16, so very, very early on, and Project X got summarily defeated by Chat Band in a 2-1, with the first two maps going to overtime 14-12 apiece. A very, very close series between those two teams, and they're just continuing with that trend here. The first map, I believe, was Haven, 17-5, and bearing in mind that first map went to Project X, so they are looking to make a run here. Of course, they have made some roster changes since the last time we saw them, having brought on Kim, who was not around previously. I don't know, was she the deciding factor? The stats, she wasn't up there at the top of the scoreboard, but she's probably having an impact elsewhere. Another player that's having a massive impact is Mary. Now, in the previous Huntress Trials, she came away from the tournament with an ACS of 307, which is massive. So looking to see some big things coming through here. But going to be bumping heads with Cinnamon, who in the previous map had an ACS of 311 and 36 kills, I believe.
Cinnamon had 32 kills and 9 assists. So...
Crazy.
Yeah, 4 people got into double digits on the assists as well, so everybody is bringing their A game going into this set. And obviously, we've got Spidoka as well. Spidoka, who you might remember from previous trials, was the MVP in the first trials, I believe, as well. So yeah, plenty of experience across both of these teams.
Oh, looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring us here on Ascent. Compositionally, I like what I'm seeing. Near mirror matchups, but of course, we've got the Sage on one side. And on the other side, we've got that double duelist composition. So going for a lot of firepower with that Phoenix. Haha, I can make bad jokes too.
Yay! I'm pretty sure we will not annoy the chat in any way.
No, of course not. Absolutely not. Well, get those spams ready. Spam these kicks to help Project X. Spam this grand to help Chat Band. Get it going. Show your support. We're jumping straight in here onto... Reminder, this is map number 2. Chat Band on the attack here, going for the A hit.
Going out incredibly early as well, but we are going to see, just again, that patient play. Dana already on the site, just basically buying the times here. Covering on off, gonna take out the Jet before they get a chance to do anything. Killjoy up on the wall. Always never great to see them up there. And already, that is a 4-1 advantage. And Chat Band, well, that is going to be an early casualty. And it's Project X who start the favorites.
Very strong pistol round here. Nice defense, playing for the retake instead of trying to shut down the attack early on. Despite losing players early, great utilization of the wall there and great usage of angles, making sure that they're swinging on each other and creating those crossfires. Now, we'll be seeing the El Clasico, Project X buying up to Spectres in the second round. Glad to see Chat Band not doing the Kafala special by forcing up in round 2. Instead, they're going to be sticking with their pistols, buying up to 2 sheriffs, so a little bit of firepower, but they're waiting for that round 3 so they can bring out the rifles.
And the barriers are going to drop, so we will get our second point underway. The spike is over at A for the time being, although they have left it behind for the time being, just scouting out information. Get a lot of damage onto Sia, but thankfully doesn't go down, but if I want to be trading off damage that early on, Cinnamon goes for the flash, but not gets anything for it. Although having said that, we have lost 2 members of Chat Band in the early stages. So a good advantage already for Project X as the second point begins to escalate. This is going to go around the corner. Another puddle out. Murph realizes somebody's probably there.
Whoa.
Sage is down, and that is again another good commit from Cinnamon. Nice tasty
Jeez.
triple into a flawless. Gee, goodness.
This aggression is wild! They get the 1 kill over in A main and then just decide to go on the wildest flanking mission as the two duelists swinging off of one another, getting way too much freaking value. A lot of bang for their buck there. Now, of course, they do have the gun disadvantage in this round as we've got full rifles across the board for Chat Band. Oh man, Chat Band only have 1 kill over the last 2 rounds as well. Need to make something happen here. So far away from any of those ultimates. And Cinnamon's going to have a run it back in just 2 ult points time. An orb and a kill, and you've got that on lock.
It's been a really good start for Project X so far. And again, the Dana taking that high ground as you want to do as Jet quickly turn away from the flash. And rightly so, unfortunately. It is going to be Spadoka who drops down first. And Jet follows right after them. They at least managed to get 1 pick of their own, but again, already with the player advantage, and Project X are looking like the team to beat here.
Project X, of course, managed to yoink one of those rifles, so we're going to have a rifle in the hands of Smurfetcha, and it immediately starts paying off. Numbers advantage still firmly here for Project X as Chat Band try to get this spike. I mean, it's still down, and it's heavily being guarded as well.
Yeah, and that brings us back to a level playing field. Smurfette slowly wandering back towards where the spike is. And again, they know full well they have to come for this. And
Hold
this
the
first
gun.
shot. Oh no! There's one, but loses on the next confrontation. So the triple is going to be all that Smurfette will get. Now, Astra does have the spike at their disposal. They got 30 seconds to get all the way over to B. It's just the killjoy that they're up against. And they are covering an angle which they are not going to realize is being rotated away from.
It looks like Sia's walking, yeah, through catwalk. And this is trees being guarded. Oh no, she turns away!
Oh no!
Oh, the very last second turns around and just reverses straight into Sia's crosshair. Such a good round here from Chat Band, taking full advantage of their rifle round. But of course, so many of them having died means that they lose a lot of that economy. I think they are still going to be able to buy up. They're going to kind of need to, because it's that 3rd round momentum swing. We see that from time to time. As soon as the rifles are on the board, you start to make things happen. It looks like we got rifles across the board once again here. So another spicy round, but 2 ultimates online here for Project X. 2 big ultimates.
Yeah, the run it back is going to get information, and that's exactly what they're going to go for as well. Flash goes out too. They'll take the turret and wander
Cinnamon?
right through that trap. And yeah, Cinnamon gets the headshot as well.
Oh.
So very good use of the run it back.
Amazing to draw out some of that utility. Even takes a little bit of damage. Gets a kill off the back, but survives. Oh my goodness, it's a slaughterhouse here.
Oh.
Project X, good grief. They give no quarter.
Yeah, that run it back was beautifully played. Went through as much utility as possible, and then the rest of the team just follow on in once they come back, and just a flawless instantly. Look at this. The first headshot was tasty enough, and Project X went, yep, you know what? We can absolutely be aggressive as heck here. And straight on in there. Cinnamon gets themselves the triple as a result, and deservedly so.
The disrespect, the aggression, pushing out straight through from B main, taking so much space on the map here. Now Chat Band forced back to the eco. They do have the Cosmic Divide available, but highly unlikely that they decide to actually commit that here in this eco. As Cinnamon again going on such an aggressive push with Smurfette. These two are so deadly.
It's like, it's an unbelievable combo, and again, the confidence to really go for this just tells you how their playstyle is. A lot of trades going on here at this stage, but Chat Band only has the Jet left. It's a 2v1 situation, but it won't matter at all. They are going to drop them down, because guess who it is? It's Cinnamon, of course, and it's a 4-1 lead in the early stages of this half.
Sheesh. Cinnamon on 9-1 with 3 assists to boot. She is on absolute fire. And Chat Band, after that round, they're able to get one rifle. Spidoka's going to be picking up that Marshall to try and make something happen here. They've got a bunch of ultimates as well. Nah, forget the Marshall. That's a bad idea. We're going to go for the Ghost instead. It's like a mini Marshall, you know, you think the headshot, you get some damage there. But they do have that Blade Storm, and that's the first thing that's going to be popped here in this eco round. We'll see if we can get something made out of that. These things are looking quite dire already for Chat Band.
Yeah, they're all towards the middle, and this could be dangerous here.
No!
Smurfette gets a couple taps in, but it's Cinnamon who gets the final blow. And Glance is just waiting for them to run straight into them, and caught getting their weapon out as well. Not how they wanted that to go. That's a triple for Glance. And that is just going to be...
Oh my goodness.
Look at this. Holy
Let's go,
heck,
Mary.
Mary!
Ah. Chat Band, they're in Spain without the S. That's what's happening right there. A beautiful 3K as well from Mary to try to equalize. She couldn't do too much more than that because Glance had a 3K of her own before that happening. Such closely contested rounds. I mean, let's face it. These rounds, it's not like 5 people alive and 0, you know? Some of the rounds are like that, but most of them, particularly the rounds where there are rifles on the board across, they're fairly evenly matched. However, unfortunately for Chat Band Project X, they've whipped out the operator and it immediately gets value.
I mean, are we surprised at this stage? Both Smurfette and Cinnamon have been incredible as a duo, and now that Smurf is just wandering over the op, it's just going to be even more to contend with. Already, Glance trying to get information as best as they can, as Kim just going to lurk around with the wall for the time being. Smokes are going to be deployed by the Jet. Cinnamon again catches Dana before they can do anything. Zero at least gets Glance and Kim. So again, back down to a 3v3, and the ults are coming on it. Smurfette does have knives and gets it. First time of asking, as Killjoy gets themselves a double.
Project X need to be punished for this aggression. Like, Chat Band just have no idea how to deal with it. They're crumbling under the weight of it. As soon as they start to push a particular side, a swing comes out from the completely opposite side of the map. And it's Cinnamon and Smurfette, and they're on a tear. Cinnamon already up to 12-1. She's just wrecking Chat Band right now. She's a one-woman army. Sia and Mary doing so much to try to turn this around, but oof. They're going to need to have 2 eyes watching the back, 3 watching the front. Somebody's got to be watching the sides as well. There's only 5 players on the team, so I don't know how the maths works out on that one. But really, they need to stop this aggression. They need to start using that utility more. Use the Astra utility. Stop them from pushing out. You know, get the vulnerability, swing out, fire the shots through there. You know, use those recon dots, use the shock bolts. They've got to start abusing that. I mean, we can see now there's a pause coming through. It's clearly attack pause to try to figure out, girls, how do we get past this mountain ahead of us? It's hard to believe that the last map went to 17-15.
Yeah, I was gonna say, overtime, like I said, I think we were sort of like joking about this behind the scenes, where we were just like, well, of course the one match that we didn't get to stream goes into overtime, and it could be the only one we get, but you never know, it could be closer, but not this time around, it seems. Chat Band have it all to do if they want to try and bring this back, much like how Project X did in the previous match, because I believe Chat Band were leading initially towards the end, but Project X just came straight back at them. And with that, they've just carried that momentum in all the way into this, and clearly they favor Ascent.
It's definitely working out. We didn't actually find out whose map was which team's pick, which is a little bit unfortunate. That would also be really cool to have found out, to know. This is a very long pause. This might be a tech pause. Give it. Okay, no, we're back. Time is now starting to tick away. Project X, 4 ultimates online for this defense. We saw how powerful the run it back was previously, but 3 ults online for Chat Band. Trying a different approach this time around. Pushing out through Catwalk. The run it backs come through, and while it's probably not going to get any kills, it is going to be able to get some information. Oh my goodness. Woo! Runs out just in time. That could have been... No! My goodness. It's just too hard.
It really is. Smurfette with the double. Cinnamon does get taken down by the Astra, but again, 2 out with the operator already. Yes, Jet is hurt, but they're not going to care whatsoever. It's a 4v3 situation. Dana is actually going to take the Vandal from this. Gets the plant going, but guess who's coming in? It's Glance with the Fury. Not going to get anybody with that, but it does delay the plant. And Kim now takes down the door as well. Plant will now successfully go down. Just delays it a little bit. And now we will see if Japan can hold this.
Oh, the lighting up there onto poor Dana. Gets lit up like a Christmas tree. Project X put a lot of ultimates into that round. Specifically, every single one of them. But it pays off in the end because that is another round on the board here for Project X. This is incredible stuff. I mean, you mentioned it. They were up, Chat Band were up 12-8 on Haven. That's map point on Haven when the turnaround came through from Project X. And Project X just not allowing that to happen. Again, I made a joke. I was like, in before 13-2. But, like, could that be possible here? Chat Band are struggling so much. Now they're finally able to get up rifles again. Again, bearing in mind that was an eco round. So now they're going to have some guns to try to make something happen. They've got those ultimates as well. They've got a res to potentially try to bring back those numbers if necessary. I'm thinking that Pinkley drops the lockdown there in that little crevice. Oh, that's a good opening shot. They missed unscoped.
Smurfette takes Mary, but that is a 2-player down there, so Chaban will at least have the player advantage going in and tries to spray through, actually catches one of Project X in the midst of all of that. So the Astra beats out, and the spike is going to be planted on A. The numbers advantage are for Chaban, and they have free ults if they really need to use it, but at this stage you feel like they'll hold on to this. There's only 2 players to worry about. Good position for Dana. Takes 1, takes 2, and that is a triple.
Again, a very, very dominant round here. Impressively so. I think that this is going to be... I'm still so in awe of how that round went. Because for Dana to have really, really done so much there towards the end of the round to make sure that they could secure it. And then, of course, the fact that they still have all of those ultimates available. This was a pivotal round to win. And they, like I said, still have all their ults. They didn't even drop the lockdown. I thought that for sure that was going to happen, but having that operator off the board so early on in the round definitely gave them a lot more space to move.
You should run.
And as a result, they still have... Well, I was going to say they still have that. They do indeed use it immediately. Bolts are going to come up from Glance, trying to get anything from that. But the lockdown has actually gone down thanks to those bolts more than likely. But a headshot through the window for Roxy. That's what you want to see. A double as well. Make that a triple for Roxy. Roxy on a roll, Glanted Cinema comes on in. It's another flawless for Project X, and wow, that started so quickly and so cheekily too.
Oh my goodness. A couple of ultimates used there from Project X, but once again, actually no ultimates used. They didn't have any. I saw there were no ultimates online, and I was like, surely they must have done something. No, that was just raw firepower. And Chat Band are really struggling. They committed the lockdown in that round. They didn't get anything off of it. They're now going to be in one of these janky buys because they have 3 rifles, a classic, and a sheriff, which is definitely not the footing you want to start this off on as we're moving so close once again to the round half. These next 2 rounds are pivotal, and Smurfette is just shutting things down before it even begins.
Unfortunately, they are going to get taken out in the midst of all of that, and Cinnamon cannot get any purchase either, so it's back to a 3v3 situation. The door is going to come down, and they'll pretty much close that straight away. The blades are coming up as well, as the spike does get planted. Immediately takes the high ground. They know full well they'll be coming on in. Smoke comes up as well. The Dana covering as much as they can. They've also putting down a couple smokes of their own. Gets a couple knives in, but doesn't get the pick. They are going to start slowly wandering on in here.
Oh, wow. Jeez, the amount of utility that's being used to get kills. I mean, that we've seen a couple of kills coming through just from the nano swarms, and that shock dart, unfortunately, does not connect where it needed to. And even if it had, there was quite a little bit of health left in the tank there. Project X brings us up to 9-2 in, again, what was a very, very janky buy. We weren't really expecting them to do too much. Are they going to be able to buy up this round? No, it's another janky buy, and this is the last round in the half. They needed to make something happen, and, well, They can't. And they still have so many ultimates. Before they even have a chance to use them, Project X shuts them down.
Yeah, 3 ults ready to go, one of which is the res. Meanwhile, Project X has 2 ready of their own as well, so you get the feeling that's probably going to get popped immediately. Again, Smurfette with the ARP out. Gets the first shot again. That first shot always seems to land, and they're going to immediately pull out the knives as a result.
Oh, Cinnamon doesn't get caught there. That's insane. A beautiful pick off there. Raze is going to come through, though. Check the corner. Oh, my goodness.
Inhuman reactions from Smurfette. They finally drop on down, but I'm stunned they got away with going right into that corner. You saw how quickly they flicked back as well. It just leaves here on Champan, and it's just the Astra versus 4 of Project X. And that is going to be that. The first half ends with Project X 10, Champan 2.
Please don't tell me I predicted this correctly. I'll be really sad if I predicted the 13-2 and just completely cursed Champan. I thought we were going to get another map that goes the different distance. Now, bearing in mind, we had a similar situation in our previous map, and it very nearly turned into a turnaround and a map 3. It didn't in the end, but the point is, it is very possible to come back from a 10-2 deficit. Let's see how Chatbam make that happen, because the aggression that we saw from Project X was doing a lot of work on defense. Now they're actually on attack. Now that aggression, I mean, this is where you're supposed to have that aggression. So if they just keep pushing in with the same firepower that they have before, utilizing that utility to create space and make openings, oh, this is going to be dangerous.
It's going to be very cautious here. Smurfette is going to boost all the way in, but caught by Sia at the last second. And now they all just drop like flies in the portyard. So that is going to be a 2v3 situation. Project X just had the killjoy, and that will be that. Chatband crucially then win themselves a pistol round.
Well, there you go. My prediction was wrong. I'm happy about that. And Chatband looking a little bit more solid here. Now, of course, bearing in mind that was the pistol round, we do expect players to kind of rush in and try and do some crazy things, because we don't have guns and it's less strategic, a little bit more go in and get kills. We're going to see Chatband, of course, buying up a little bit here after winning that round. Going to be buying all the way up to the Guardian as well. They really want to have a little bit of firepower. The interesting thing to note, of course, is that Project X has forced up as well. So if they lose this round, things are going to be very dicey on round 3.
Yeah, pretty brave to go for that. I mean, you do have a 7-point lead, but you've seen how easily that can all change. Cinnamon goes straight on in, gets themselves right on in there, and again, they've got their firing buddy of Smurfette in the midst of all of that, so they clean up that area nicely. The Chatband, well, they've lost 2 people already. Project X only losing the 1, and the spike is down. Good double for Mary, gets the headshot, and also gets Smurfette in the process. And goodness me, how about that? A triple and a double is going to net Chatband the defuse and 2 points back to back. What a start to the second half.
Fantastic. I mean, the gun difference here, particularly from the Guardian. I wasn't sure about the upgrade, but if Mary doesn't have a Guardian there, she probably loses that 1v1, and that was very important to help secure the round. Really great stuff there. Project X forcing up again. All the way back up to Spectres, despite having lost that round. They really want to get in here, and of course that means that the guns are somewhat evenly matched, but of course you can already see the economy is heavily in favor of Chatband, and they're still going to have that Guardian for that little bit of extra firepower. We'll see if Mary can continue getting all of the value out of that, as Chatband opting for another B rush. This is kind of their MO at this point, but look at this aggression from Chatband out of mid.
Spidoka gets a kill on that though. And Smurfette is going to drop straight on down. Location might be revealed, but they're still trying to spray. Cinnamon will shut them down. Roxy as their backup this time around. Back to a level playing field. Mary gets a couple of sprays in there. Actually goes for the res and gets it. So it hands them the player advantage. Project X only have 2 up. And it is now just Kim alive. And that is going to be another defuse for Chatband.
That was crazy. Project X come in guns blazing, quite literally, getting so many early pickoffs in the round. They managed to get all the way onto site. And when it was down to just a few players left, Somehow Mary manages to get a res just behind. I was surprised that it didn't get spammed down and the res, denied. I suppose they should have been aware of who was being raised and where it was happening, just given Mary's position. So I would have expected the spam to come through to try and deny that raise, but it doesn't come through. Numbers advantage firmly for Chat Band. And there you go. That's another round on the board. Chat Band doing a lot here to turn this one around. We just needed to wait for the defensive half. The offensive wasn't really their vibe, but they're doing way better now that they're on the defense.
Yeah, and again, we're going in for this B. 3 of them are up there. The spike is kind of lingering over on the A for the time being. In goes Cinnamon, trying to find any kind of purchase with the run it back. Gives themselves a little bit of information as I keep saying spikes for some reason. Knives are out as well for the Jet. But again, it looks like they're all going over to A. The op is out for Dana. And quickly rotates back towards A. I think they suspect the push might be coming.
Look at all of this utility in A main as well. But the operator's here. Oh, she whiffs the shot! And now they know that the operator's there. Smokes are up, but oh my goodness, a death to the Nano Swarm.
Yeah, Pinkley, good placement with that. You like to see it. Smurfette does have the knives out. The spike is actually going to get planted here regardless. But again, immediately taken down by Mary. Really good shooting. Again, it's just biding their time. Patiently playing this out. Chat Band know they've got the numbers advantage. Knives are going to come out.
Oh,
but they
no!
don't actually hit. They don't kill anyone. The knives did not get a single pick. And as a result, it is just Kim spraying on in there. And that will be that. Done and dusted. 3 survive for Chat Band. And that is another point. This second half has been all Chat Band so far. 4 in a row.
Jeez, what an amazing turnaround here from this team. And notice how 3 of the 4 rounds have been diffusers. They're playing for these retakes and they're doing it really well. And Mary, I highlighted her at the start of the broadcast. Her and Cinnamon, fantastic players in their own right. And they're just topping the scoreboard here for their respective teams. And that Guardian, again, came in clutch in the previous round. And now Project X down to only the lockdown in this round. And of course, it's going to be a weird buy because they just don't have that economy and they keep losing rounds. And that is an early Hunter's Fury.
A very early one from Spidoka, trying to get any kind of purchase with that, but I'm not entirely sure it helped them too much. Dart is going to come in now as well. Cinnamon going to throw the puddle straight towards where the turret is. And again, nothing much happening at the moment. Again, a fair bit of utility. You could just see that around the corner waiting for them. And it looks like the call is going to be to rotate out of that.
Get the hell out of Dodge. I mean, look at all of the utility that's set up on B as well. A is basically free at this point if they can get there before the rotation comes in. Now, Mary is set up and waiting, but somebody's going to be pushing into tree any second now. Oh, they're pulling back because they know that the rotation isn't coming to A, but it's actually going through mid. Now, the rotation, there's also a flank potentially coming through as well, so they're going to try and shut that one down, but some great smokes here are also going to deny op sight lines.
Yep, Spidoka gets a headshot in there, but gets taken out in the midst, and again, a whole flurry of eliminations back and forth. Again, crucially though, it's back to a 2v2 situation, no players detained, per usual with the lockdown, and Kim is going to catch one off guard. That's a headshot. Mary now knows that they're there. It gives Project X the chance to pop the spike down. And that is going to be a wall going up as well. And that will do it. Glance gets the shot. And Project X stops Chat Band from getting any more points for the time being. It puts themselves on 11.
It was the eco, and they did accept, well, not really an eco, but it was a bit of a janky buy. And they do manage to get results at the end of it regardless. So it works out really well. And of course, they utilized the Cosmic Divide as well, which was a little bit of an investment. But like I said, points on the board, and that's what matters. Full rifles now, as well as, well, is that Hunter's Fury available? We're going to have the run it back soon as well. Chat Band kind of need to pull their socks up here, as I think that was a Marshall I saw on the board, because the buys got a little bit weird there after so many dying.
Wow. That marked quite a fair bit there. So interesting to see that all going off, and it looks like the push again, all going on to B. It looks like they're already on the site, so will they get the plant? They will get the plant. And Dana with knives out. This is going to be a very crucial take back if Chat Band can do it.
Oh, look at this defensive setup, covering a lot of these angles. The only thing they're missing is somebody pushing in through B main. But apparently they don't need it.
Yeah, Pink and Mary get some free two. Goodness me, it's like you just see the feed. They'll just drop before you can even realize what's going on. Roxy gets a tasty headshot. Can they get any more than that? They're on either side of them, and they've got to get something. They can't do it. They can't hold on to it this time around. And Chat Band are not going to allow Project X to start building any kind of momentum from that last point. They will take a point back. 11-7 is now the scoreline. Very crucial retake for them.
Oh, this is so back and forth between these two teams. It almost feels like a grand final, and this is just the semis. I mean, the pure energy that we're getting from these players right now. I mean, look how these buys have become janked up because of how it's back and forth. Mary's still stuck on a Guardian. We've got 2 Spectres for Project X. Everything's wild. There's a lot of ultimates for Chat Band, though. They've got Cosmic Divide and Lockdown, and that can do a lot to shut down a push, especially if they use the Divide and then the Lockdown, because that way you can't find the Lockdown because of the sound dampening. So that could be massive as well. We'll see what they actually opt to do, because it looks like it's going to be an A push. And of course, they're going to be running into a lot of that utility. And the run it back will use up all of that utility. Fantastic.
Yeah, once again, Cinnamon knows how to use the Phoenix. They've done this so many times at this stage, so it's not surprising. And that will be them on to the A point. And Pinkley is waiting and just sitting there and waiting with that lockdown. The spike is being initiated, and Glance should be able to plant this. There it is. Dana gonna spray through the door, and there is the lockdown. Smurfette gets taken out by Mary. Chat Band, well, they did have player advantage. They still have player advantage, and there is the lockdown. Lance will take it out of contention. A headshot for Kim on Mary, and the defuse is coming on up. Will they actually get this here? They get it to halfway. They take down the one coming in through the door, and they take out Glance, and that is another point. Beautifully done for Chat Band.
I love Chat Band's defense. It's so much better, so much cleaner than the attack that they had a little bit earlier on. They're completely shutting down this site. Whichever site it is, they shut it down so well. They get their crossfires handy. They keep their utility available. And again, it's one of those retakes. The spike did go down. Look how many retakes they've had. That's how they play this. They wait till the spike is down. They actually hold on to their utility. And once that spike goes down, they just start throwing out the utility left and right. And that's how they managed to take down the last couple standing players and win out the round. But now Mary, I mean, every round she's on this Guardian, and you'd think after stringing together some wins, they'd be able to buy a bigger gun. But she keeps, unfortunately, it hasn't been going their way in terms of keeping players alive. Now that's the next step here for Chat Band if they're going to continue along with this streak.
Yeah, 11-8 at the scoreline, and Project X will know they need to wrap this up sooner rather than later, because the longer this goes, the more likely it will seem the Chat Band will get themselves on the board, and they're just picking out Glance with their back turned. And Sia at least does go down to Smurfette's knives at the very least, so back onto 11-player field. The spike is probably going to go down, and it does. Smurfette just keeping an eye on the darts, utility, and that high ground. They know full well they'll likely be coming in through there. They have the knives, but they've got to land it consistently this time round.
Mary with that Guardian is terrifying. And now bring it down to the 2 versus 3. Potential defuse, but Cinnamon not willing to give up any space yet.
Mary gets the headshot. 1v1 situation. Can they get it? They cannot swing this time. Not this time. Cinnamon gets the triple and puts Project X on set point.
The run and gun with the Spectre, the Volvo Peak, scorching out of hell there and managing to get that last kill. The Guardian just not able to keep up with that momentum. Amazing stuff here. Like you said, we're now on to match point. But let me draw your attention to the scoreboard. It's 12-8. And if we recall, it was 12-8 on Haven in favor of Chat Band when Project X mounted the craziest resurgence and took it to a massive overtime. Do we see history repeating itself? Let's find out. 2 ultimates online for both of these teams. 2 very big ultimates, in fact. And I believe we have guns across the board. So this is a pivotal round for Project X. If they win this, they not only secure themselves a spot in the grand final, but they get their revenge on Chat Band.
And that's going to be delicious however you serve that. Again, just patiently waiting here, trying to get a general gist of what they actually want to do here. The spike has been dropped just near that spawn on the right hand side. You can just see it there towards the A area. It looks like they're heavily thinking about it. I mean, you look at the map, the utility has mostly been deployed over on B, whereas there's a lot of coverage from the actual agents over on the A side, and they are starting to go towards mid here.
And with completely free mid as well, they're pushing all the way into the spawn. Oh,
No.
that's a terrible, terrible loss here for Project X. Both of their duelists off the board, and that's basically yoinked their dreams of closing it out right here.
Yeah, Nana doesn't quite get anything with the Sheriff, and Glance actually runs through anyway. So that will take them onto the A site, and actually has brought it right back into their favor. Fury is going to go out, and Mary just rinses through not one but two. Kim and Glance, nothing they can do about that. 6 seconds left on the clock. They have the spike, but they won't be planting it anytime soon. Champan keeps the match alive.
Oh, and we just keep going, chat. No one's ready to give in just yet, and this is going to be a powerhouse series. We've already missed one map, unfortunately, but the second map is definitely delivering. These ladies are serious. Now we have 4 ultimates online for Project X. We kind of spoke about how important that last round was. Now, this is an eco round for them. So that puts things at a little bit of a strange kilter, as we're going to see Chatban managing to basically buy up. And look at that, Mary's on a Guardian again. Her economy is such a mess right now. But she's still doing so much work with that Guardian regardless. And Project X, I don't want to see the ultimates come out this round unless they have a clear person advantage. I want to see them kind of rush in, come out the other side with rifles, and then manage to win it out, if that's going to be the plan. Chatband, however, they do have 2 very big ultimates here, and I can definitely see them using that wall to deny the sound, and then, of course, getting a big res up, try and shut down Project X in their tracks and keep this ball rolling.
Yeah, we got a pause as well. I'm not surprised to see a pause coming on out, especially at this stage of the game. And I love the fact that you keep mentioning that Mary keeps coming in with that Guardian. Having said that, Mary's up to 21 kills now. Like, that is
the Guardian.
Yeah, like pretty much for the majority of this match, they've been using Guardian, and they're up into the 20s. They're only 3 kills behind Cinnamon's Phoenix. So that tells you everything about what Mary's doing in this game.
Absolutely wild styles coming here from these teams. Recon Bolt's going to get destroyed, so that information isn't going to come through just yet.
When the backs come out, though.
Ooh, that's interesting. Okay.
Oh. I
Value.
love the fact that we talked about that matchup, and almost immediately Phoenix says, yes, I'm taking the better of this exchange. It's a 4-2 advantage for Project X at this stage, and with the spike down and the lockdown initiated, it's very much in control of Project X, and this could be the winning push. But we're going to find out if Dinah can do anything about that alongside their Killjoy. They've got all points pretty much on lockdown. This is going to be very hard for them. Rinsed through, it's just the Killjoy, and surely this might do it.
I mean, I said I didn't want to see ultimates until they had a clear person advantage. They brought it down to the 4v2. Every single ultimate comes out, and wow, what a performance here from Project X. A far more dominant map. Unfortunately, we missed that very first map, but this was clearly more dominant than the display that was had on Haven. And Project X secure themselves not only their revenge against Chat Band, but a spot against the Gangsters in the grand final.
And definitely worthy of that as well. And again, you look at the scoreboard in that entire matchup. I mean, Cinnamon tops it once again. They had pretty much in the 30s in the previous one. Now they have 25 in this one. Consistently aggressive, and plus, like, when they weren't on their own, they had Smurfette with that Jet consistently up there with them as well. And it's just like a really great effort to see that from them. But at the same time, commiserations to Chat Band. You know, it's still a top 4 finish. They still do get £250 out of this, and you know, they had a very long overtime push. They almost took that first point away from them, and it just ebbed away from them. So we don't really like to talk about what ifs, but they'll be disappointed, but I feel like they'll still be proud of their performance. They've done incredibly well at this stage.
Absolutely. I mean, a top 4 placement is still massive, and this is a team that's clearly been playing together for a while. I mean, we remember these names from the very first Huntress trials, which had like 6-8 teams. It's grown so much in that time, and to see the same ladies competing over and over again, getting those placements, working together as a team to continue to improve. I'm sure we're going to see chat banned again in the future, and who knows, maybe they get their own revenge, the reverse revenge against Project X. But for the time being, it's home time for them, and Project X are going to keep going.
Yeah, and it also does mean that they don't make the grand final either, because do remember that they made the grand finals in the last tournament. They lost to Oxygen.
Yeah.
So yeah, our winners and runner-ups from last time out, they're both heading on home. So it does mean that our grand final is set for you, and it plays out like this. It will be Gangsters to take on Project X when we return for our last best of 3 of the day. The grand final cometh here at RixGG. Huntress Trials 3 will return.
every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. Let's make the most of this night. Come on, baby, take my hand. And we don't need to do the things we don't wanna do. Baby, while we're young,
here we go then, my wonderful friends. We're back with Huntress Trials number 3. Our May Open is coming to a close as we prepare ourselves for the grand finals. It will be Project X to take on Gangsters. Whatever happens, we will have a new winner crown here today at RixGG. The girl TK, Layla, and Mizuki coming to you once again. We've casted from the beginning from yesterday, and now we will see it to its conclusion. What do you expect to see out of both of these two very high-hitting teams?
Chaos, honestly. if that last map on Ascent is anything to go by, just absolute chaos. Project X, the aggression that we saw coming from those ladies, both on the attack and the defense, just really getting up in their opponents' faces. On the other hand, Gangsters had such a dominant display earlier today. It was impressive how well they performed, and they very nearly lost one of those maps, nearly dropped a map, but didn't. And that is the key factor, because they turned it around and they brought it all back in their favor. Both of these teams have come off of fantastic streaks throughout this tournament. Obviously, Gangsters, I believe, have dropped fewer maps than Project X, but that being said, it's not that much of an indicator. Right now, it all comes down to how are these two teams going to do in the head-to-head.
And we are having our stage bans showcased for you as well. Find and Ascent have both been banned, which means for the first time we will have split on the rotation, would you believe it? It will be the deciding factor if we get that far. We will start on Haven, so our wonderful triple point map will be on bar. And could you believe that Icebox has appeared in every single set on stream this weekend? That is unbelievable. But yeah, Split might make an appearance. Emphasis on might, because so far both of these two teams have won 2-0 throughout the whole weekend. So someone is going to be dropping something here today.
I am seriously feeling for Project X, because they just came off of a 17-15 run on Haven, and now they gotta do it all over again. Hopefully the scoreline won't go quite to that distance, and I do mean hopefully for Project X, because I'm sure that those ladies are exhausted. Obviously, Gangsters got to have quite a bit of a break while we waited for the second semi-final to end, but this game is coming right off the back of that previous semi-final ending, and really feeling for the energy levels here of Project X, but they must be riding a high off the back of a very powerful and dominant win. So let's see if they can carry that through here. We'll take a look at these agents, and ooh, I'm very happy to see that we're going to be getting a Brimstone up in here. We see that so seldom, but it can be a very powerful tool on Haven to try and shut down some of the avenues onto site, try and shut down those connectors, smoke them off. And then, of course, you've still got Jets, Cloudbursts as well. Flashes will be coming through from Claw. Cool to see Claw on the Phoenix. She seems to be a very, very versatile player, and that's a powerful tool to have in your arsenal. And on the other side, Cinnamon, of course, going to be running on that Phoenix as well. And she did so well in that previous series. In fact, this is the exact same composition that we saw them running on Ascent here on Haven. So this seems to be a very comfortable composition for them. Let's see how it stacks up against the Brimstone and whatever Leah picks. I don't think they, I was about to say, I don't think they bring the Astra since they have the Brim, but curious to see that it's going to be the Sky.
Yeah, I really like what Gangsters are bringing to the table here. There's a lineup that we don't often see, in all fairness, and like you said, the second you pointed out that Brimstone, also incredibly excited, because it's going to be great to see how they pair up with everybody else. There's a whole lot of utility that can be utilized with the Brim, especially a good number of choke points you'll definitely see being taken as a result. But yeah, on the flip side of the field, I definitely want to be seeing how the two Phoenixes do against each other. Cinnamon, I believe, overall had, 50 kills throughout the past two matches? Like 30 in the overtime match, and then 25, I think, something like that, in the second. So yeah, Cinnamon has been on an absolute tear, and obviously Smurfette sticking with that Jet. It's going to be great to see how they synergize off each other. And again, like you said, they really don't fancy taking this into overtime again. They'll probably be exhausted if we have that again.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know what? I I'm not jealous of these ladies. I don't want to be in their shoes right now. This is so exhausting to deal with. We get the fun job, right? I mean, we've been here for just as long as they have, but we've just been yelling about how cool they are. They're the ones that actually have to play. The pressure's on them, and we just get to enjoy the game. So let's start it off here, and enjoyment shall be had. Look at that.
Yeah, headshots immediately. Sky gets one, but immediately gets taken down as a result. And let us see how our first push is going to be going. They're running on into C. And Roxy is going to try and hold it down with the pistols, but to no avail this time around. And it will be the first spike down for Gangsters in a 3v2 situation as Glance wanders on through the door. Cinnamon tries to get a flash. Nobody really there for it this time around. Glance through the smoke.
Ooh.
The turret is going to find him dangerous, but gets the pick anyway.
Oh, and that lights up. Somebody on the left knows the person's there, tries to get the swing. But wow, Nino with a great finisher there, even using the incendiary to get that last kill. As we see Cinnamon try and run through it and get taken down. Great stuff here. A very, very solid attacking round. But of course, it was a little back and forth. Quite a bit of damage coming through. And with only 2 players left alive for Gangsters at the end of it, it was quite spicy. So we're going to see those 2 players hanging onto their ghosts. And we're going to see some Spectres being brought up. Oh, Project X doing the thing, forcing up round 2 after losing the first pistol. We know how high risk that can be.
They really like to go big or go home in these in the early pistol rounds, don't they? It always seems to be, regardless of how it goes, they're just like, you know what, screw it. We play aggressively anyway. Well, let's just buy up and try and use it to our advantage. But Nino is going to get the first pick onto Roxy. Cinnamon comes charging on out. The Killjoy is going to spray them right down to their core. And that just leaves Glance as the Nova all the way on to A. And that, well, this is surely looking like Gangsters' round to lose.
Yeah, quite surprising to see this coming off the back of that Ascent play, where Project X's defense was honestly their... Well, actually, their defense seemed to be... Oh, my goodness. It seemed to be their default... default? Downfall. It seemed to be their downfall on Ascent. And now we're seeing something similar here as we come on to Haven. Their defense is somewhat crumbling under Gangsters' assault. And now Gangsters are going to be coming into this once again with full Spectres. And it's forced Project X after that force to have to go back down to pistols. 3 sheriffs in hand. So definitely some firepower here at the very least. But if they lose this round, that's a little bit of a broken economy. They might be able to buy up Vandals, rifles in the 3rd round to match with Gangsters. So we'll see if that does actually come into fruition, depending on how many people actually die here.
Yeah, and Slicey tries to get a little bit of a tap onto Nova. He is going to just quickly get the heck out of that. Smurfette now just running straight back around. Going to try and join their friends up onto A. And it looks like, well, Roxy thought about going for it, but actually is holding ground onto C. And to be fair, good decision in the end because they've pushed all the way in here. And that surely is going to be a spray through. That is 2 on the point. Surely that's secured C for Gangsters. And the plant should be coming in just a moment.
And there's a big lurk coming through as well. This entire map has been shut down by Gangsters. Any avenue to try and move on to Saicha is going to get spotted out very, very quickly. And the last 2 players here going to try to make something happen. But here's that flank.
Yeah, that's a flawless, nice and tidy for Gangsters. A nice 3-0 to start things off in this first half. And this is exactly what they wanted to have. Especially with how their progress has been so far.
Now, what's interesting here is that usually that round 3 is your bonus round after winning the pistols, but because there was a force up, that leads Gangsters to be able to just carry on the bonus. They're going to buy up to 1 Vandal here for Slicey, but they don't realize that Project X have bought up to an Operator, and this could be very, very deadly. Smurfette did so much work on that Operator. Let's see if she can carry on with that. Unfortunately for her, though, no one seems to be pushing up C long, but they're going to push through Garage, so she might get a chance to get a shot off.
Potentially. Slicey is going to get the pick on Roxy first. Spikes are coming on out, and Cinnamon actually does manage to get the pick onto Sky, but nothing more than that as Slicey takes out Smurf.
Ooh. Kim the Great Equalizer with the 3K.
Could try and go for the quad if they're feeling extra spicy. Slicey fires on through the door, misses the initial shot, covers it with the smoke as well. They've got an hour in there. Doesn't quite give the location away, though. So, again, they both know full well that Slicey is the only one left up for this. They have a very good opportunity to go for this. Slicey picks up the spike. And turns the corner straight into it. They do get the triple and take Kim out of the equation, but Glant is right behind her. And as a result, it will be a point on the board at last for Project X.
They do lose the operator in that exchange, though, so a little bit of a financial blow for this team. They were kind of hoping to blow it out of the water there, and interestingly enough, Slicey is going to be buying an operator this time around. The attack up. It's another one of those kind of high-risk plays, but it can really work out, and Slicey has been kind of hot and cold on this operator. Yesterday, we saw some questionable moments, but today, she's been doing really, really well. So we'll see if that continues along, if she can get some value out of that, particularly here on this offensive half.
And already taking a little peek. Unfortunately, not quite getting that first shot on the Phoenix. The Hawk will go out as well, trying to give her a little bit more information, a little bit more strategy. Brim dropping on the smokes. And the run it back is in effect as well, so Clark going to try and get as much information out of this as possible. Realizes that they're going to get taken up by Killjoy. Nino immediately takes them down as a result, and that is that coordination you like to see from Gangsters. It's a 4v4. Make that a 4v3. They are on the point, and surely that'll be spiked down as well.
Great swings here, but Project X still giving no quarter down to the 1v2. Slicey, for some reason, was so far down C long, possibly looking to try and get some kind of a flank, and now... Oh my goodness, the flick is good! Massive work from Slicey, and holds on to the operator.
Exactly all you want out of those clutch kind of performances. All of the firefight happened on to C, and despite being so far back, used it to their advantage, got the first pick, and the flick was good. Nice little headshot to tie that up, and that is how you secure a point in the death.
Fantastic. Now we do have some ultimates across the board here. Of course, we know that the run it back was utilized previously, and already building up points to another one. But we have Blade Storm and Orbital Strike online here for the attack. Those are some very, very powerful ultimates. Orbital Strike can clear a site very, very quickly. So those are going to be very, very useful. And then obviously Hunter's Fury and that Cosmic Divide. We've seen some amazing plays get used off the back of that. Hopefully we get to see a little bit more of that here.
We certainly love to see those kind of plays. It's not bind, unfortunately, but there's still a lot of sound dampening that you can utilize, especially on a map as wide as this, since you've got 3 different points to be attacking. I don't think we'll be seeing anybody really try to drop the spike on B. It's generally either A or C on this go-round. And Nello, unfortunately, flicked away at the last second and gets caught out by Cinnamon. That will give it a little bit of information to say, okay, these two might be going on a bit of a flank. Clark does not get the better of Smurfette with the knives out as well. And suddenly, it's a 2-player advantage for Project X.
That's very, very powerful, but unfortunately, very low HP there and no healer to try and get that back up. Now, they do have the numbers advantage, which is massive, and interestingly, they're actually committing... Oh my goodness, check your corners! Oh.
How do I check notes? Oh, yeah.
Like, you can't check your notes if you can't check a corner.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, very sad display there. But, yeesh. The turnaround is going to need to be big here. Because Gangsters feels like they're starting to crumble a little bit. They had such an oppressive first few rounds, and now it's a little bit more back and forth. They're down to one person having to chill on a Spectre. We got dueling op battles here between Smurfette and Slicey.
Oh my
Let's see
gosh.
who comes out on top. Oh.
Could you imagine if they both fire and they both go down at the same time? That would be funny. Don't actually do that, people. Come on.
Oh my goodness.
It's
They didn't take
Smurfette.
each other out, but...
He nearly did. Gosh, well, it's 1 for 1, but crucially, the operator's off the board for Gangsters and not for Project X, and wisely so, they go, you know what, not C.
Well, it seems it's been picked up. That operator is still going to be in the running. We'll see if they get some value out of that. I probably would have advised leaving it on the ground, because now you're in a fierce, close-range battle. Where do you think you're going to get the value from that?
Spike down A.
Well, the smoke is still on the right-hand side, and I'm trying to get some pokes out of this, which is brave in and of itself, because again, if you miss it from that range, you're a sitting target. And just again, just waiting it out now, patiently playing this. Gets the shot on the Jet! And that Smurf out of it, just glance left.
Glance knows the operator's there. Oh, good utilization of cover there to get through. Waits for the shot to come through, pushes through, but doesn't realize that Lara is just around the corner. Scary stuff here.
They're gonna replay the poor Phoenix. Wrong place, I'm afraid. But again, the Jet just peeking around. Nothing that they could do against Klar. And Glance could do nothing with the Sky, who was just lingering there. That's what the numbers advantage will do to you. And with that, Gangsters are 5-2 up. Slowly starting to get those points, building back up again. Knowing full well that Project X, the second they start winning, we've seen how consistent they can be once that streak is established. So Gangsters doing everything they can to keep that at bay. Another up shot coming on out. Cinnamon not going to get tagged by it this time. Oh, never mind. They do, but it's okay. They'll run it back.
Great information gathering there, so they know that the operator is outside A sewers. I think that she only managed to spot one. So again, they're not entirely sure of what the push is going to look like, but Gangsters have 4 ultimates online. Yeah, they've got the Seekers, which will give them some information about where people are. Started off with the Trailblazer. It's a good name for that, because that's literally what it does. Run forward, see what information there is, and then you follow behind. But there is... Oh, there's so much firepower, and there's a Bucky around the corner.
Yeah, you don't want to be running into that one at close range. I can tell you that right now. And it's going to be Lara who gets the better of Roxy on this. And guess what? Another plant coming on down, but the Fury's going to come out. Brimstone, can they survive it? They can indeed survive it. And the spike does go down in the process. So, going to try and hook this up in defense. And here we go again. 4 on 4. Slicey has, well, did have the window covered, but there's a smoke there now.
Great utilization of the heal there as well. So Gangsters all full up on HP. Just waiting for the smoke to go down. Slicey wants to try and get some value because they do have the HP advantage, but who's watching the spike?
Well, the spike diffuser does go down at the very least. They didn't quite make it to the halfway mark, and they won't do so either. Slicey gets a shot, but Glance gets a quad!
Oh, but a strike!
Oh! It's enough! It's enough to clutch it out, and Nino gets the heck out of there. Goodness me. Where do you even begin to defuse that entire situation?
I mean, honestly, there was just so much going on there, so much utility on the point. Despite Glance getting a beautiful 4K at the end there, they held on to that orbital strike. It was something that I mentioned. It can clear a site, whether that's forcing you back away from the site or whether it's killing someone who's trying to get the defuse. It comes up huge here for Gangsters, but that's every single one of their ultimates. They have, however, crippled the economy of Project X, forced them back down onto an eco, and with only a lockdown to work with here, we're getting close once again to that half time. 4 rounds left in this half. Project X needs to mount quite the defense here.
They absolutely do. A 4-point lead. They do not want to be having that go any further than that. Flash will come out, but there's nobody really there for it this time around. So again, they have the A point. But we got the lockdown coming up as well. But they know full well they'll be trying to get out of that, but Nilo is going to get the pick on Cinnamon. Nothing the Phoenix could do in this exchange. No players detained as a result, but again, it forces everybody to move the heck away.
Oh, too many corners to check there. Can't even falter for that one. But the runner back's going to come out to get a little bit of information. They also have a numbers advantage here. They know that there's one on the back of sight. They don't know where that Jet is just yet.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. And that just leaves the Jet now. Smurfette remains on this area. Gets one at least with the Sheriff. But that was all they will get. Klar will get the final kill. Gets the triple and the spike planted as well.
Last second spike plant for a little bit of extra credits. You know, an extra 200 in your pockets. Why not? And when you're at this much of a streak, sure, you add that in there. A great round here from Gangsters once again. You know, they had that streak. It was the anti-eco, kind of expected. And now, Project X, usually after an eco, you kind of you're able to come in and full buy up. But this time around, still only 3 rifles with 2 Spectres, and Gangsters even have that Blade Storm available for this next attack. They're on such a tear here. Very surprising given Project X's previous performance.
Yeah, it looks like they're meeting their match on this exchange, and the ops again coming out thick and fast. But as you say, Gangsters holding on to those knives as well. We'll see if they decide to pop them as they slowly start to make their way towards C. All of the utility dumped on A, not much on C, but again, they've got the numbers over here, so it's just a question of can they get these picks where they matter most. Smurfette on the high ground, waiting for them to peek on through. Flash will come out on both sides.
Ooh, Cinnamon!
Cinnamon gets the double before Slicey gets it, and then Smurfette continues to finish on in. Slicey has popped the knives though, 4 versus 2, and quickly backing it up. Great little shot. Good, decided to switch to the operator and get Smurfette out of the equation.
Now the spike is down on C though, which is definitely not the best situation to be in. Can Nilo... Oh, Nilo loses the 1v1. What a swing from Roxy, and now it's all down to Slicey to try and make this work.
And they've already deployed knives as well, so they have to make the most out of this. Look at all of the weapons just scattered in this hallway, and they've got all of the angles they need to get away with this. So block 1, but they missed the first knife! Oh, you can't afford to miss it in that exchange. And as a result, Project X will take that point away.
Goes for the right click to try and get with all of the knives, and every single one of them misses. It's heartbreaking. And an important part of that round was when Claw flashes on at the top of C long, and Cinnamon gets flashed out but still gets 2k. It's traded out, but that was massive because it's able to give them a massive numbers advantage, and Gangsters just not able to follow that up. Now we've still got the operator online, but Gangsters are full buying up here. They're coming into 2 ultimates, and one of them is going to be the Blade Storm. Hopefully we get a little bit more value out of this than what we saw from Slicey. We'll see if we can see it made happen.
We've also got the Fury as well, though that will all come down to when they decide to bring that into fruition. Again, so many smokes being deployed, making sure the B is fully covered. Like I said, nobody really goes for the spike plants on B. We saw a couple of attempts yesterday, but none of them really succeeded and went the way that the either team, well, I say the team planting would have liked it to. Another flash for Glance, just quickly backing on out there. Nobody really pushed forward, so they won't have to worry too much about that. It looks like they're all starting to queue up towards A. Smurfette has to recoil a little bit. They'll know it's coming and gets the very important shot on Lyra.
Oh! She just barely makes it out with her life. With 2 shots, but she's got the blade, so but she misses every shot with the knives!
No! The Jets have been so inconsistent with the knives in the grand final of all places. And that is just how it goes sometimes. It's a 2v2 situation now, as now just the Killjoy up for Gangsters. They will get at least 1. So a 1v1 situation to decide if Gangsters get the point. They don't! It's gonna be Cinnamon who hangs on in there.
Oh my earth, and it came down to pixels. We actually saw the shoulder peak, and despite that, it just wasn't enough. And, oh man, watching that Blade Storm was just painful. The number of knives that just completely whiffed, and you have so little control of that sometimes, you know. It's the right click. Where are you aiming that? How the knives gonna fly? Unfortunately, they did not fly in her favor, and now Gangsters back down onto a very broken buy. Bulldog, 1 rifle, and a bunch of Spectres. Project X sitting pretty to make this a 7-5 half.
That'll be a really good thing for them to go with. Goes for the run it back, and the Phoenixes both go down. Glance will go down as well in the process of all of that, meaning that Project X and Gangsters are free for free here. The lockdown has been initiated to boot.
My goodness.
Kim fires on Frudo, takes Nella out of it, and that should... No, they haven't got the lockdown out. I think they're going to get detained.
They might do, but the rest of the team is there to protect. The rest of the ladies, they're going to watch her back. See Gangsters not pushing out for it. With Gangsters only 2 players left alive. Now, the push is going to come through from one specific area. Maybe they fan out a little bit, take some garage space. Cosmic Divide comes through to try and dampen the sound, but... oh, it's not enough.
The knives are out as well. Kim is the only one up. This has to matter, and unfortunately, it is going to be Nino who gets the pick first, and that will at least do it. Watch this again, just boop, both Phoenixes just hit the deck at the same time. Synchronized ashes, you'll love to see it, but it is going to be the point in the side of Gangsters. They at least end the first half with the point. They needed that. 8-4 as we enter our second pistol round.
As much as they needed that, so did Project X. A 7-5 would have been a far more doable task. But they're now on their attacking half, and we saw their attack on Ascent. Their attack on Ascent, or rather their defense on Ascent, was terrifying. Their attack, not quite up to par. Hopefully now they can bring that one around, because defense was where they really shone. With their really aggressive defenses, pushing out of those, like pushing out of A main, pushing out of mid. Now when they're on the attack, they need to try and replicate those results.
Yeah, nobody on C for the initial push, so it looks like the plant may be coming on in here, and rapidly so as well. Yep, there you go. Plant straight up on C. No messing around at this stage of the game. They know what's at stake. They know what they have to do, and now this is going to be a retake. Nobody has lost anyone at the moment. Another flash comes on in. Smurfette comes around the corner, but it's going to be Roxy who gets the first pick. Cinnamon drops. Smurfette avenges them with a double. Finally gets taken out by Lyra as well. This is a 3-on-2 situation. The Cloud is going to go up in the corridor. Kim peeks on through. Oh no! Actually gets the pick against them anyway.
Pistol rounds do be kind of wild. And that felt like a Gangsters round, but Project X just so powerful once they get onto site here. We're seeing that aggression. This was kind of what I was hoping to see on Ascent in the previous map, you know, where they had such a strong defense, and I was thinking, well, their offense is going to be even more powerful because they're an aggressive team, they're on the attacking side. It just makes sense. This is what I'd wanted to see from them, and they kind of floundered a little bit. They're on a good start here, and Gangsters we see are not going to be forcing up the buy in the second round, so gun advantage for Project X.
And they'll see if they can capitalize on that as a result as we go into our second point in the second half, and Cinnamon slowly wandering up towards B. And in fact, there's nobody on B. They're all going to come around that corner and get quite the surprise here. We'll actually see a plant on B. We are going to see a plant on B, but they're all around the corner here, and that is going to be a double for Smurfette. A frenzy kill as well for Klar in the midst of all of that. So Project X, well, this is going to be an interesting play here.
Last 3 people left alive. And of course, like I said, it's the gun difference. Ooh, actually manages to get the pick off there with the classic, so the numbers are evened out here. No ways, Gangsters.
I'm even speechless just watching this as well now. Glance is firing on bolts. Roxy's going to get Klar out of this. Glance gets it as well. The defuse. Is the defuse going to happen here? They have to rinse through, and no, it's not. Project X will take that point. And hey, a B plant finally working.
You know what? It doesn't happen often, but when it does, boy, is it powerful. I loved how they'd kind of run out of post-plant utility, so they decided, screw it. And they just ran straight into the smoke. And Leah being the last person left alive, there wasn't too much that she was going to be able to do there. Another solid round here for Project X as they do win the first 2 pistols. And now they go into this with a bonus. But after having a couple die down, they're like, all right, cool. Well, we're going to have to spend a little bit of money. So it's almost a full rifle round for Project X on the second pistol, which is, again, it's that high risk, high reward. Because if they lose here, their economy is a bit of a mess. And of course, Gangsters are on their first rifle round. If they win this, then they are poised to carry on the momentum.
Yeah, it's a crucial thing to that as well. Everybody just poking on down C, and ironically enough, again, nobody is there at the moment. They're slowly rotating over there, though, so that will very quickly and rapidly change. They're very much scattered here, our Gangsters. They're all, they're very much trying to cover as many angles as possible. And slowly but surely, Cinnamon will realize, here comes the flash. Cinnamon just about lives. Somehow, the flash is going to get exchanged, and finally, Cinnamon does go down. And that was the running back, I think I heard there, and immediately punished for it. Smurfette takes full advantage, and Project X have the numbers advantage once again.
Yeah, but with 1 on site and 1 still not here just yet to link up. Oh, gets caught out in the middle of the flank. Nino, the last person alive. And she clutched this.
Yeah, a hard task. These are very incredibly good players at this stage. Again, they've got one on long sight. Can't quite get the elimination. Gets tagged so many times. And Kim finally puts them to bed. And with that, they are just 1 point behind for that very, very sought after equalizer.
Oh, timeout incoming. All right. I guess this is a tack pause. And of course now we have the new timeout where no one can move. You're just kind of like frozen in place. So that's what we're seeing here. It's actually quite pretty. It's all black and white. That was an important round for Project X. I think every round at this stage has been really important for them. But of course, they're going to come into this next round. They're going to have Bladestorm active. Don't think they're actually going to invest it. I want to see what their buys look like once we get back into it. Because after winning that round, and it was a little bit of a force-up, they did lose a couple of players, but their economy should still be okay to be able to buy up. Gangsters, on the other hand, that was their rifle round. It was the first rifle round. And I think that after losing that one, we could see them back down onto the eco.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if that does play out. Both sides do have an ult at their disposal. Sky with their ults for Gangsters. Meanwhile, Project X have the knives set and ready to be deployed, which you generally see the jet pop off relatively quickly. So timeout has been done and dusted, and again you can see the score sheets as it stands. Lance with 16 kills and Slicey with 15. They are delivering big time when they need it. A little special shout out there to Cinnamon. Yes, they've only got the 9 kills, but I mean 11 assists just tells you that they are consistently throwing themselves into the action, and well, they're at least contributing big time to what's coming up.
Project X should have an advantage in this round, just purely because they have bigger guns. And they've spread themselves out quite nicely across the map. But look here, this aggression from Gangsters again, trying to get that early information, popping off the alarm bot. So it's very clear that there is aggression coming through here. And Roxy just ready for it.
Oh my goodness me, double, triple, can the ace come? There's a flash up there, their teammate, I believe, will try and help them out. Get this, but that is a quad for the Killjoy, who probably really wants that. It is going to be a flawless. It's Glance who gets the finishing kill. But again, you don't really care. You want to get the points anyway. It is the equalizer, but yeah, that quad from the balcony. Look at that. One headshot from the distance, one up close, and then the next two from range. Exactly finding their mark. And that is beautifully done.
Yeah, Roxy gets herself tied up with Smurfette for kills. There you go. And Cinnamon somehow down onto a Spectre again, but Gangster's finally able to buy up. So we're tied up now. And this is, I mean, we may as well be back at 0-0, right? Except for the economy. And that's where this really becomes important, because we've got an operator on the board here. Oh my goodness, she didn't move! They saw her and she didn't move!
That is unfortunate. Of that, there is no doubt. And with that, that's going to be Project X with a player advantage in the early stages. And it looks like the rotate is already happening. Everybody is just mulling on over towards A. Although, having said that, the spike has been left on the left-hand side of the map, more closer to C than anything else. So I wonder if they're going to throw utility and then just immediately rotate back.
We saw the run it back come out there, but it got shut down after the alarm bot gave away the positioning, and you can actually see the spikes making its way over towards B. They made all that noise on A. Gangsters completely fell for it, over-rotated. They're all over on the A side. The spike's going to go down, and Project X, all they need to do is hold post plants. Bearing in mind, they have Hunter's Fury, so they can keep the Sova all the way down C long, and even if they aren't able to maintain their position on the spike, on the site, they'll still have that ultimate available to help them out. And this has been a great round strategically from Project X.
Yeah, the ult from Sky is going to come out as well, by the looks of it. Another flame wall coming on up, and that is going to be rinsed straight through. Nella not going to get into the equation this time around, spraying down sight, but it looks like it's going to be Project X's point for sure. Down they'll go. Cinnamon gets a double in the midst of all of that, and that is going to be lead for Project X. Having trialed from the initial stages, they now have that lead.
And impressive, because they actually did use the lockdown, but it wasn't even necessary. They had such a good read of the situation, and Gangsters, it's a little unfortunate that they fell so quickly for that that bait over on the A site. They all over-rotated so early on, and now that we're back onto an eco round, you can see they're kind of hedging their bets here. They're all stacking over onto the B site, and it is going to be a B push. They want to get as many kills as they can, but oh my goodness, look at that spray!
Yeah, unfortunate to say the very least, a triple for Smurfette in the midst of all of that. They'll manage to at least take one down out of the equation, but Nino is on their own, and, well, this is not going to be great for them. They missed the first shot, and Cinnamon, well, clean up. 10-8 is now the scoreline. That's now 6 in a row since we started the second half.
Project X doing so well right now. I mean, again, anti-eco, like, gangsters weren't going to get too much done there. But now they need to get a footing in. Alright, we talk about how important each of these rounds are. And, I mean, every round is important. And this is just another one of those all-important rounds. Because they're fully buying up. They're forcing their full buy. So they're all down to, like, no credits. And they have 2 people on half armor. They have the operator available, but value needs to come from that. And that is a fantastic start.
Yeah, had the high ground, and it just about was over the smoke. But Cinnamon is going to shut them down immediately, get themselves a double. Skies out of the equation as well. And despite that good start, it is going to be player advantage for Project X, but not for much longer. I mean, they still do have it, but a player less than they'd like to. The plant is down at least, so it is up to Gangsters to once again have to take this. But with Sky and Phoenix, they don't have ult. The Fury is up if they need to use it for Project X. And you can see them just cover inside, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. They're covering them, like a very different angle.
And they're gonna hear the spike tap, and then, oh, somebody pushes in deep. That, oh, Hunter's Fury off the board. Save the up and run. Okay. Realizes there's no way she's gonna get that defuse, so alarm bot there just in case somebody chases her. Holding on to the operator, not gonna risk it. So that they have that gun available for the next round. It was an important round. And they weren't able to clutch that one out. Now their buy is going to be a little bit messy. I think they do still have the losing streak bonus, if I'm not mistaken. Because, like, it's been quite a few rounds. But even then, it's not a hell of a lot of cash to play with. And Project X now off the back of yet another win. And still holding on to 2 of their ultimates. I mean, yeah, like, even with the bonus money. It's not enough for a proper buy. So we've got a Spectre. Oh no, it actually buys up to a... I think that Nino bought 4 Claw there. And so we're going to have 2 on Spectres. And full rifles once again for Project X with 2 ultimates here. Now, Gangsters have 3 very, very powerful ultimates. We saw how powerful the Orbital Strike was in the previous half. And of course, the Run It Back of the Blade Storm can do so much. There's going to be a full A hit here from Project X as they just start rushing forward. The rotation already coming through from Gangsters. They've pretty much clocked this. And they want to get as much map control as they can.
Yep, smokes are up in the window as well. They're going to start trying to go up to that high ground. Slicey is going to just hide themselves in there and wait for this to dissipate. And here comes the Orbital. Immediately jumped straight into the central area. But nobody has been traded out just yet. Clark gets caught by the trap. But again, that was with the Run It Back in place. So that won't bother them too much. And again, look at this. 3 already down for Gangsters. They at least get 1 back, but Klar and Nello are not going to allow that any more than that. Wall is going to come up, so Klar heals all the way back up to full. This is a dangerous situation. 2 members of Project X are weak, so this all comes down to these first taps. Klar gets it through the smoke, but nothing more than that. And just like that, Roxy hangs on.
A very surprising Orbital Strike coming out there. I wasn't too sure how that was. I mean, obviously it clears the site a little bit, but there isn't too much follow-up off the back of it. Now here we are, 12-8. And, well, we had a 12-8 on Haven in the previous match. It wasn't streamed, but it happened. It went to 17-15 when we had a massive resurgence. I wonder if Gangsters can dig deep and channel their inner Project X. Try and bring that scoreline up, because again, it's a broken buy with only a lockdown to work with, and Project X still have that Hunter's Fury. They've been ready to use it for so many rounds, and Gangsters have just never put them in a position to need to use it. Gangsters just not pushing far enough.
You're absolutely right, and the flash has come out there as well, and both trade a player immediately. Clara at least takes out Roxy. but Kim takes out Nino in the midst of it all, so they both lose 2 each. Kim holding a very awkward angle. Project X have all 3 ult, and the knives are coming on out. No full well they can indeed win this point right here and now, and that's exactly what they would do. Firing on through the doors. That will give them the point, 13-8. And it is Project X who starts off with the very important point in Grand Finals.
What an impressive comeback from Project X. The entire first half was so dicey. I think we came into that half at like 10-2. And again, it was concerning. Oh, no, it was 8-4. It was 8-4. But either way, it was so concerning because you're like, you're at such a massive deficit. How do you come back from this? How do you claw your way back up? And it's that aggression from Project X that was just so strong. Interestingly, you know, Gangsters, something that I noted on them earlier was they had really good post plants, but it felt like their retakes just a little bit lackluster. Not sure how to deal with that aggression. Very, very impressive stuff here from Project X. And yeah, looking forward to seeing how the next map's gonna go.
The second we went into the second half, we did not see Project X concede a single point. They won 9 in a row. That's unbelievable by any standard. And yeah, as you said, they were 8-4 down when we went into it. So yeah, the fact that despite all of that, we didn't see a single point go the way of Gangsters in that half just tells you exactly how clinical Project X have been. And again, you look at that score sheet as well. 21 kills and 7 assists for Smurfette at the top of the board. Cinnamon with 16 kills and 17 assists.
Jeez.
Goodness me, it's what else could you say about that? Like, Phoenix is just, even when they're not getting all of the kills on top of the boards, they're still ludicrous in everything else they're doing.
What I love is that, so 13-8, a total of 21 rounds, and Smurfette had 21 kills. That's an average of 1 kill per round, which is kind of crazy. I mean, we've seen how many multi-kills that she gets, but to average out on 1 kill per round, especially when there are rounds where you don't get any kill, I mean, that's really good stuff there. And then, of course, Clark coming in just behind with 19 kills over the course of the series. Really, really good stuff from these ladies. This next map, I believe it's Icebox, and I'm really hoping to see some Viper play from these two teams. I think it would be very surprising to not see that come out, and that's gonna be very, very spicy.
Yeah, again, Icebox coming on up, and we love to see that. It's been a thing in every single set we've had so far, so you do not want to miss as we go into our second match with Grand Finals when we return with the Huntress Child. And it is time, my friends. Match number 2 of the grand finals for the Huntress Trials May Open is about to be underway. And Mizuki, you asked and you shall receive. We have Vipers on both sides of the field as we queue in for Icebox, with Project X leading this set by 1-0 so far.
As it should be, all is right with the world. And of course, we've got the Sages coming out. I mean, this is basically the composition that we saw from... oh, geez. Just absolute brain death. Project X on the previous Ascent map. We're going to be seeing the same composition here. So we're seeing nice little Reyna coming out here. Interesting to drop the Jet. Sorry, not the Jet. The Killjoy in favor of the Reyna. Have that extra little bit of firepower. And of course, that is it's quite an attacking heavy composition. Not the Killjoy, the Sova. Man, we're seeing that on two sides. Both teams have Reynas. This is huge. I confused myself because I didn't expect both teams to have double duelist. We're going to be seeing a lot of firepower out of these two teams.
Yeah, Cinnamon not bringing the Phoenix. So that's where I was just like, I was waiting to see how that was going to play out. But yeah, it's great to see the Reyna on both sides of the field. And yeah, very similar comps as a result. Just the Killjoy and the Sova being the difference between the two, so it's not a full-on mirror match. But again, as you say, this is going to be a very aggressive Icebox.
We started off with a little bit of that Viper utility quite early on, as it looks like it's going to be a play towards B. And Nello's going to get spotted out by the drone, so she's going to call that back to the rest of the team to say, hey, looks like it could be a B push, but eyes on mid where they need to be.
Not going to win out that exchange, unfortunately, as Clara does get the better of the Reyna duel. And with that, the spike is going to be down over on the B side. Walls, of course, up on both sides of the field, as you would, well, as you expect when you start bringing Vipers into the equation. The wall is going to go down, gives themselves a chance to sort of like move on forward and figure out where they want to take this. They could see the spike on that left-hand side, and now it's all down to how they deal with this. Nice double on there, and surely that is going to be that. Toxin is up, so they'll wait for it to dissipate, and that will be a nice diffuse. So Gangsters do start with the pistol round win, much like they did the last time around, and dancing to show off, because why the heck not?
Yes, the thick joy. Melanie would be proud. One of the observers that works for Nerd Street Gamers. She's become quite famous for her thick joy shots. So there you go. We'll have to clip that and ship that to her. And in the meantime, that's going to be the first pistol round on the board here for Gangsters. And again, we're seeing that force up from Project X. Spectres out. A Sheriff as well, giving that to Roxy. And we've even got a Marshall here from Slicey. This is a very, very wild buy across the board. And honestly, I'm kind of here for it.
Yeah, nobody wants to play conservative in the slightest. They just want to go all in. Guns are blazing, with the exception of Slicey, who wants to hold on back. Gets a little bit of a pick, but not quite the elimination they were after. Again, the turret will fire on in with Cinnamon taking it down. Trap has been initiated as well. The eye is out. We'll see if they can actually get anything through the wall. They don't, and in fact, they always get caught on the back foot. Clark gets a double before finally going down to glance. And just like that, they drop like flies. Blink and you miss the entire thing. And now it's a 2v1 for Gangster's advantage.
It's 2v1, but look how far away these ladies are from one another. Oh, I like this. Pull back, wait until you can regroup and swing together. You don't want to be caught out first up. And now Kim looking to take both of these ladies on at the same time. It's just not going to work out.
Yeah, unfortunate that. Completely caught off guard. And that is going to be 2-0 for Gangsters in the early stage. Just going to quickly rotate on around a little bit. I don't know if they were able to save that Marshall in the end. I do not think they did at all, which, to be fair, it's fine. And again, some odd buys coming on. Oh, obviously we're going to see rifles coming on out naturally. But yeah, interesting buys across the field again.
Well, it's a little bit of a bonus round, sort of, for Gangsters, but they do need to invest a little bit because they lost a few players in Project X, of course. Forcing up, this would have been their rifle round, but because they forced up in the previous round, they're only going to be able to buy up Spectres. But that means that, once again, it's an important round to try and win out. Now, it's very curious to note that this is Project X's attacking round, and of course, that was their best round on the previous map, and it was their worst round in the previous series. A little bit back and forth here. And, well, let's see how they manage to deal with that now. They've got the wall up and the spike's going to go down. It's all about the post-plant.
Certainly is, and we are going to see Cinnamon immediately drop at the hands of the Sheriff. Heck, to make that 2 for Slicey, and that Sheriff immediately takes the high ground, tries to get another poke through there. Just a lot of firing on in there, but not getting any purchase this time around. Smurfette does take out Lyra. So that's a 4v3, make that a 4v1, and there goes Glance.
Wow.
And, well, guess what? That's another defuse for Gangsters.
And if I'm not mistaken, the previous map... Yeah, that was Gangster's map pick. This was Project X's map pick. It's a little bit of a fun fact there. That being said, the first half of the previous map went very similarly, with Gangsters with a runaway start and Project X needing a little bit of time to warm up, and the great comeback in the second half. So we'll see if that does continue. Of course, they're starting on different sides this time around, so that can, of course, make a little bit of a difference. But there are some ultimates online here. Some other ultimates are very close to being online. There's at least one rifle on the board, so that's something. But both of these teams with very, very broken economies, and that heavily favors Gangsters.
You're certainly right, and Smurfette's going to start gliding all the way forward. They're going to need to be careful, though, because Clara is just going to let them go. Overheal themselves up, but cannot get the better of Cinnamon, who at least manages to take the high ground advantage back the way it came. Gangsters with a player differential, and Cinnamon makes it another one. Double kill with the headshot too. And with that, Project X have the numbers, but can they actually convert this into a point this time?
Oof. Claw actually uses that dismiss to try and get away, but doesn't make it into cover in time. And Cinnamon, well, you can't just give her free reign like that. If she's gonna see you, well, you're going down. And off the back of that, of course, she continues to overheal up, and she just keeps that ball rolling. The snowball effect of the Reyna is so powerful. And Nino's the last player left alive here for Gangsters. She's on the other side of the map, and I don't see her trying to save this gun. I mean, what is this? Yeah, it's a bulldog. Like, okay, just going for the orb. Oh, she's gonna try and get a sneaky res. Maybe?
I mean,
Surely.
it would be a brave thing to do at this stage. They are starting to run all the way up here. Would they really go for the res when the spike has been down for quite a while now?
No, surely not.
She's
I mean,
also...
it gets her res online, but if she dies, then she gets her res anyway. So, like, I don't know. It's a weird one. Because if she... So she dies, so she would have gotten an ult point anyway. So she backed up to go get the orb, and I thought... I mean, she might have gone for the res. There was a player that had died just outside A main, I believe. So she might have gone for that res, but instead she just goes straight to the site. Could have been an eco res. Oh, it was a terrible economy round. I don't know what the thought process there was, but ultimately what it does mean is that confirmed and 100% that res is going to be on the board here. So they have 2 ultimates. And Empress was burnt by Cinnamon in the previous round as well. To good effect. It did help to win them the round. And off the back of that, still not able to fully buy up, but at least they still have some skin in this game.
And again, the eye going on out. Nino has to quickly look away from that whilst it finally dissipates. Looks like, again, they're very much spread out for the time being. What about the B push? Now slowly starting to linger on back. There's only one covering the angle on A. Everybody else is over at B, and I wonder if Project X have realized that, and that's why they're going to slowly start coming on in. So it really comes down to if Roxy, well, A, knows that they're there, and B, oh, well, they're going to start making them tiptoe just a little bit. This is going to be... Oh, down they go!
Ooh.
Kim gets the pick! And surely that means the A push is coming.
Now they hedge their bets on the B side push. Oh, you cannot miss those, Slicey! That gives away so much information, but thankfully she has the dash to get out. Now that equalizes the numbers, but the defensive killjoy, the lockdown, comes through. Hunter's Fury to counter. Oh, takes down the lockdown. Big!
Massive play from Glance, exactly what they needed to do there. And the spike timer continues to tick down relatively uncontested. Smurfette creeping on in. They actually have managed to figure out where one is. And rinses down the operator, make that a double. And that will be that. Gangsters are going to lose their foot in there. Project X are right back in this.
Oh, that retake was lackluster to say the least. Weren't able to cover those angles adequately. Got a little bit cocky. Started pushing out when they should have stuck and held the angles. And well, there you go. That's another round conceded over to Project X. And if they continue with momentum, this is a team that you do not want to give momentum to. They now have full rifles. They've got Bladestorm and Viper's Pit. And you're stuck on a janky, broken buy with one rifle, pistols, and a couple of Spectres. 2 ultimates, sure, but how do you contend with the Viper's Pit?
The answer is you very much struggle unless you get that knife in there and hit it on the first time of asking. Otherwise, it's a very hard one to really shut down. Smurfette again, keeping that high ground, and that was awkward to say the least. That is 3 in a row. Kim finally goes down, but it really doesn't matter as Project X seals in the equalizer.
Well, we're 3 for 3, and this should be a full buy for both teams. Yes. All right, so we got full investments coming through here. And finally, a round on equal footing. It's only taken us 6 rounds to get to this point. And, I mean, speaking of equal footing, you know, we've got both Bladestorms online. Then we've got a Viper's Pit versus an Empress and a Rez. Now, we know how powerful that Rez can be, and that's something that Gangsters has had online for a couple of rounds now. Haven't had an opportunity to use it. Let's see if they get that chance here. If they can maneuver that. I mean, effectively, it's now a 6v5 battle if they can actually get that Rez. Oh, my goodness. Okay, just shut down Smurfette. Why don't you?
It just decides to go all in with it, and that is not going to be the start they were looking for. Kim at least manages to bring it down to a level playing field. So, 2 ults still up for Gangsters. The Rez is one of those if they so wish to bring the Reyna back. But again, they need to be able to read the situation. Cinnamon does get the pick, gets themselves a double. Spicy and Lyra had nothing to do with that. That's a triple! And good no! And a triple for Nello as well. Viper's Pit deployed. That covers the spike as well. And that is... How did it come to this? It's a 1v1 between the Viper and the Reyna. Who's going to get the quad?
Oh my goodness.
No.
Oh my goodness. Steps into that at just the right time. Man, I have questions. That's all I can say about that. I have questions. But Nello seems to have the answer here. Who's going to win out in this Viper Pit battle? It is going to be Nello with the 4K at the end of the round. Oh my goodness. Uses the Viper's Pit in a 1v1, but absolutely worth to secure themselves another round as we swing right back in favor of Gangsters.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. 2 triples on the board, both just on the knife edge with that quad, and just the Viper's Pit coming out, and you just saw that sort of like... waited to go into it. Look at this spread. How about that? Just quick little flicks. Just rinses through the lot of them, and obviously well held in the pit as well. They had the advantage, and Nello takes just takes the whole thing. Just wonderful play.
A broken buy again for Project X, but alright, Cinnamon's just like, alright, cool. I'm just gonna give you one straight to the dome, and that's gonna be us on B site. And what are you gonna do about it?
And the answer is, well, not much at this stage as they slowly begin to and maybe rotate back the way they came. They'll pick up that spike, and you can see already thinking about going towards A. They find Gangsters do actually have somebody lingering on over there, but we saw how it went last time round that this kind of happened, so expect some more shenanigans coming up from that A side, although they haven't fully committed yet. Now they have.
Yeah, so that B site push was just making a little bit of noise, and they now opt to go for the A site push. But oh my goodness, another swinging right back towards B. They pulled the rotation twice, once towards B, once towards A, and now they're going straight back to E. B, new side people, it's E. And it's going to take a little while for Gangsters to get into position. They should be able to get this plant off.
You would assume so anyway. Cinnamon gets themselves a double on the board. Overheals up, but cannot do anything about Slicey this time round. Spike is at least down. It's a 3v3 situation. And again, they're trying to get all angles covered. Will Smurfette get the first poke? I think they'll know that they'll be up above. They're also behind them, and Killjoy doesn't look around. No!
Oh, but those angles were covered from every direction. This is what we call back and forth, people. 3 for 3, then 1 for 1. These ladies not giving an inch here. I love the way that Cinnamon uses that dismiss just to try and get a little bit of information here. So she gets this kill, uses the dismiss to try and see this Killjoy, but when she peeks back out to try and get the Killjoy has moved and will get the drop on her there. Great stuff. Oh, Gangsta's backed out onto a broken Vi. It's so painful to watch. It's just, it makes you so sad to see. But they're not out of the game just yet. We're getting very, very close to that halftime spot. Oh my goodness, Smurfette!
The second you're like, it's not over yet, Smurfette just like, no. Excuse you. Cinnamon gets the pick in there as well. That was unbelievable. Gets themselves the Killjoy as well, and well, at least Clark gets one back at the very least. Not going to be a flawless this time around. But yeah, the Toxin Wall is up, the Spike is down, and this is a mountain to climb here for Clark.
Oh, just too many players hiding around the corners. Cinnamon is so good with those dismisses. I love to see it. She gets all that information and then she's able to follow it up with some fantastic kills as well, using that Empress to such good effect. Great stuff. And of course it was another, I won't say it was an anti-eco because it wasn't a full eco from Gangsters, but it was one of those kind of janky buys, so there was definitely a advantage in that regard. But Project X gonna have 4 ultis here. Bladestorm, Rez, and Viper's Pit. They're gonna leave the Spike, I think, just for the moment. They had a really great play where they baited out twice before actually executing on a site.
Oh, and that was unfortunate to say the least.
Oh,
Smurfette.
what?
Excuse? I'm pretty sure I saw that right?
Yeah, there was the kills coming through at this. It was almost choreographed. It was coordinated so well. 2 kills over in A main and 2 kills over in B main, and all that's left is Glance. Not for very much longer. Wow, what a round! I love it. This is what we want to see. Gangsters pushing out, shutting down potential flanks and lurks. There was a lurk over towards A site. Shut down. Not gonna allow that to happen. And despite Cinnamon being on 18 kills, we're still seeing like the kill distribution, the spread is far more across the board for Gangsters here. So it doesn't feel like there's one person who's kind of lifting the team up, you know, really supporting them. This is a full-on team effort here, but again, we're tied up with 2 rounds left in the half. Is it gonna go 7-5? Is it gonna go 6-6? Still 3 ultimates online here for Project X. Oh my goodness! The reaction time!
Slicey just holding their nerves and knowing exactly what they need to do. A 4-on-4 at least manages to pick it back up on the other side. And again, Cinnamon marking things out, coordinating things back to their team, and now the decision becomes, do we commit to the B or will we swing back over to A? There's, I think, still somebody lingering over there, and the res comes up for Project X, so back to a full team number, and the knives are out as well.
Late Storm popped. Now there is a little bit of presence towards mid as this is Kim. Of course, she realizes she needs to watch quite a few angles. So now as she backtracks towards B, she's got full sight. Anybody that tries to push through A main or B will walk into her crosshairs. As the rest of the team have made their way deep onto the B side and don't realize the Killjoy's just around the corner. Actually, that was the Jet.
Certainly was. And that is going to be a quick little double for Glance as well. Hit is actually going to get opened up with all of this. They had the numbers advantage anyway, but just to make sure. But having said that, Clara is going to get 2 for the price of 1 there. And now it's back down to a level playing field. They've overhealed themselves back up as well. And just poking on through, but can't get it this time round. Glance with the triple. That just leaves the Sage. And will we see a quad? They're actually going to have to brave it. They have to go in for it.
Ooh,
They'll create a wall, and that's gonna rinse straight on through. The Fury was there as well, and Kim will get the finishing blow.
Good attempt there, but of course, before the wall solidifies, it's quite fragile and it's much easier to break through. So we get a little bit of damage coming through there, and then the Hunter's Fury just to secure, make sure that there's no way that anything can go wrong. 6-5. Last round in the half. Nello, unfortunately, looks like she's going to be rocking a Sheriff this round. The rest of the team is on rifles, but the whole of Project X have rifles. Now, they burnt every single ultimate in that last round. And Gangsters, at the very least, have an Empress here. So they've got something to try and swing off of. Oh my goodness. Not a good start.
Yeah, Smurfette again, just finding the pixels where they matter most. That is going to be Killjoy out of the equation. The Sage does not have the res ready to go for Gangsters. Slicey again, just biding their time. Nino is down. Slicey and Club both get on the scoreboard, as is often the case.
Goodness.
It's Cinnamon who goes down. And that is going to be the Empress out.
Almost all of those shots missing. Manages to survive just long enough to get that out. Nobody's checking in kitchen. Smurfette will get a nice little kill there. And it looks like Spike's going to be going down on the A site. Last two people left alive here for Gangsters. You can't cover the entire map when there's only 2 of you left. But they are moving together. So hopefully they'll be able to swing on one another. This is a very, very far back hold. And again, all they really have to use to defend the Spike is the mollies. I do suspect there's some pretty good lineups here to make sure that those mollies are going to land on the Spike itself, even from so far away. But we'll see how this does pan out. Of course, Smurfette ready to swing.
Last player
Yep,
standing.
defuse is coming, but that's going to be a lot of stuff there. It's just the Viper left in a 3v1 situation. They do get one, but I don't think they're going to have the time to really go for the defuse. They'll try again, but they know full well that was always going to happen. And Glance makes sure we do not end the first half with a tie. It's 7-5 in the favor of Project X.
Didn't even need the snake bite. Shock darts are plenty, and that's great for those post-plant situations. Fantastic work here. And of course, Smurfette just lives long enough to delay that defuse from coming through. And even if that shock dart hadn't come out, I don't think there would have been enough time. The halfway marker didn't come through. So a very, very good round and a good half for Project X. Now, they do have that lead. And we'll see if they can repeat the performance they had earlier. You know, a 9-round run with no map or no rounds dropped. I think they can do it, but I want to see Gangsters put up a little bit of a fight here, start to turn things around. This is their attacking half. They did have a phenomenal attacking half in the previous map. Let's see if they can replicate it.
And the pistol round is going to be crucial for them. They'll need to win this to keep that momentum away from Project X. The last thing they want is for Project X to replicate exactly what they did last time round. And so far, it is going to be Gangsters who start the better. A double for Clark and the Ghost. And Nello, well, doesn't quite get the pick they were after. Cinnamon gets the better of them in this exchange. And just like that, it's still very close, but it is going to be Clark with the triple.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, wow. One person left alive. Smurfette. She gets to halfway, but isn't able to finish it up. Gets 1 kill off the back, but Slicey will get the cleanup there. And that's going to be Gangsters moving to get this to a tied-up scoreline once again. I want to see now, are we going to see that force buy coming up? It looks like Project X. Okay, not a massive force. Obviously sticking on the classics all around, but 1 Marshall in the hands of Cinnamon, and honestly, given her performance, unsurprising that they want to give her a little bit of firepower. And of course, the expected buy from Gangsters, given that they did win the pistol.
Yeah, nothing shocking, to say the very least, going in to this point. Gangsters looking for that equalizer. The eye obviously up, but not going to really hinder anyone on this occasion. And Leah edging on just a little bit. They know full well the peak is probably going to come. They actually spray down on the side first and get every bit of what they were after. So Glance will hit the deck first. The A-push, it looks like it's coming, but Smurfette, well, I mean, they did get Claw down, but crucially, get taken out by Nino in the process. Nice little stop from Kim.
I'm going to use that snake bite there to stop anyone pushing and stop a potential plant. the 3v3. Nice little heal's going to come through as well, so that's going to help matters at least a little bit here. Ooh, be careful of the ropes.
You give information away with them. It's incredibly dangerous. Liar.
Look at this. Gangster's pulling back again.
Are they seriously going for another rotate? It looks like they are, and Nello is indeed going to follow them all around. So yeah, they're all heading back over to A. Now I wonder if Project X will realize this is happening. I think they've realized it just a little too late. Now, will the spike get planted before they make it there? I believe it will.
Going all the way around the world, there is going to be enough time to plant.
10 seconds left.
It's a 3v2 here, so they do have the player advantage. They've got Viper all the way back deep into that A angle, but... oh, that's going to even out the numbers. Now they're going to be relying on this Viper utility.
Yep, there's one. Toxin goes down. They have to get out of the puddle. They got it to the halfway mark, so credit to them. And that is Roxy down. And that is going to be that. Gangsters tie this matchup 7 apiece.
Interesting strategy there from Gangsters. Of course, once they knew they had the player advantage and everyone was all the way over on the B site, they figure, okay, we can run over to A, get the plant down, and then use our post-plant utility. But that Toxic Cloud, it didn't cover the spike. It was actually behind the spike. So that didn't do anything to delay. So they had to invest the Snake Bite. And unfortunately, there was a little bit too much aggression in deep. But still, we bring this up to a tied up round. A good attacking half for Gangsters. Oh, goodness me. It's so back and forth here. This our rifle round once again. Let's see how the firepower stacks up as Gangsters start making their way towards the A site this time around, rather than the B.
And Project X just ran straight in there, and well, I say unfortunately, they actually managed to get 2 down themselves. So 3v2 situation, make that 3v1 now. It is just Kim left up for Project X, but they do at least manage to get 1 pick, so it's not impossible, but we'll absolutely have to find out if they can make this, all of the walls being deployed and the slow as well. I'll quickly move on through, and they know full well that they have to go for this.
Oh, manages to get the halfway. That's actually massive.
Yeah, that's again, they've managed to do that. And now, the big question is, can they actually get away with this? Another little bit of toxin coming on down. And I think Kim realizes they can actually get this. They're gonna get this.
Perfect. That was the last couple of seconds. Oh my goodness, the timing on that was so good. The fact that she got the halfway mark, I don't think Gangsters realized that she managed to. So they stay a little bit further back. And interestingly, she doesn't actually deploy the Toxic Cloud, and it doesn't even matter. She doesn't need to obscure herself because Gangsters get a little bit overconfident there, thinking that they've stopped her from getting the halfway, stopped her from getting the defuse. And then she just goes and she's like, all right, well, I'm just going to stick this. I have enough HP, and unless you shoot me, I'm going to get this defuse. And it works out perfectly. But despite winning that round, they're still on a very broken buy, and Gangsters coming into this attacking half with full rifles and an operator. They've got so much going for them. Okay, a little bit of fall damage there. That's not ideal.
Yeah, it be like that sometimes. It's nothing you can do about it sometimes. It's just like, whoops, that was not what I had intended, and you have to live with it now. So it's fine. I mean, you know, it won't matter if it's the operator that kills you, because the operator will kill you anyway.
A nice, very slow approach towards the site this time, but they're so deep in on site already, and oh, the trades just keep coming straight away so quickly.
Lockdown comes out at least. So a 4v3 situation for Gangsters, and Glance and quickly realizing they're gonna have to just get the heck out of there. And that is gonna be a plant coming on down for Gangsters. And there it is. Naturally nobody detained, and the Huntress, the Empress, is gonna start their march. The eye comes up on the other side of the field, and again, Slicky just holding position here and doesn't find the first shot.
And there's the Viper's Pit coming out, just to try and lock down the site as much as possible. So much utility. Look at that Nano Swarm managing to get the damage in, and that will shut down the Viper's Pit, but it's down to the 1v1, and Glance is on a sliver of HP. Yeah,
it's not going to be great for them. Nello needs to go through. No, they committed. They committed to the defuse and Nello catches them off guard. And once again, it's all tied up.
Waiting for the halfway and then possibly standing up and waiting for the swing might have been the play there, but it's a high pressure situation and you know that Nello can just play for time. You make a decision in the moment and unfortunately that decision did not net the results that they would have wanted. We're going to see a very early Viper's wall getting dropped there and oh, there we go. Okay, so Leah is going to be onto a Spectre. They've forced Project X onto a full eco, but they're going to pop the Blade Storm so that they've got a little bit of firepower. Oh, it gets completely shut down so early on. These Blade Storms across the weekend have just not given the results they wanted.
Yeah, unfortunately, not as consistent as they'd like it to be. As a result, it's going to be Jet who drops it significantly earlier than they'd planned. Drone goes up and straight down as well as Clark. If he takes the high ground, you know full well what they'll be looking out for as Nello gets the better of the Viper exchange this time around. Roxy drops on down via Lyre as well. So again, another great start for Gangsters. Trying to go for the flawless, gets the flawless. And they have the lead in this set once again.
Eco round for Project X, to be expected. Now, however, they should be able to. Yes, they can force buy up here. Half armor for Cinnamon, but like she can overheal. Ooh, but half armor for Kim is not ideal. I think she actually sold up the full armor to get the half instead. It's quite spicy stuff, and they know they're coming up against the operator. And, you know, Leah's Spectre. Yeah, Leah's doing things with that Spectre. She's making it work. She's getting it done. 2 ultimates here for Gangsters as well. They do have that Viper's Pit, which can do so much to deny space. Reses on both sides. But a Hunter's Fury and, oh, an Empress immediately popped as the barriers go down for Project X. They're not playing around here.
Yeah, they want this point. They want to try and take this set away before Gangsters can really muster us into Split. Bearing in mind, Split doesn't wait if match 3 does come. Which is why you want Project X. You see Project X going big or going home. Kim and Glance and Smurfette all chalking up those kills when they needed to most. The wall is going to go up, but Smurfette round the corner at the worst possible time. Roxy, I think, gets the rest. Oh no, that's terrible!
Oh, in the middle of the Hunter's Fury! Oh, that's so bad. But the positioning was definitely not ideal there. And now they've got the res off onto Nello. It's 3v1. How does Cinnamon bring this back?
Honestly, I do not know. I don't have the answer for you. We're going to have to wait and see what Cinnamon does. They've got 35 seconds to figure something out. The plant has been made and
oh my goodness.
Up shot missed. That gives Cinnamon a lifeline. It's a 2v1 situation. They're overhealed up to 50. They've got no shield. So, can they make this work? The plant is down on 8. Surely they'll have this coverage.
Oh
no! No, they didn't. They ran straight in. Oh, they ran straight in and got paid. Oh, no.
The pain that you feel watching that unfold before you. First, the missed up shot, and then to have it all yoinked away because the corner wasn't checked. You're in a hurry. You need to get there. You need to try and get that defuse, and it all gets yoinked away. Now we're at 10 and 8, and Project X once again forced down to that kind of eco buy. And they have no ultimates here. They burnt everything in the previous round and they still weren't able to come out on top. And meanwhile, Gangsters still have 2 ultimates to play with here. They've got that Blade Storm. They've got the Viper's Pit. We saw the res committed. Oh, this isn't looking good for Project X.
They desperately wanted to try and seal this set, but it looks like Gangsters have other plans. Clark just about gets away with it, but not anymore. Cinnamon with the double. Despite Smurfette going down, it gives Project X the player advantage, but they've got to be able to make it matter most here. The triple does come up, but they'll take it down as well. And the knives are popped by Slicey. Can they get anything between that and the operator? That is the question. It is Project X with 2 members up, the Viper and the Sage. What can they do in this position?
See, now Slicey needs to get the spike, but because she doesn't know where anyone is, that's what makes this so dangerous. As soon as somebody peeks out here, I mean, look, she has to watch every single angle.
Oh, no way.
Oh!
I was about to say, oh my gosh, the first knife hit. This might actually be a double and the knives will work, but no, the very next shot takes it away from them. A lot of exchanges in this area, and Slicey cannot get the hit against the Sage, so Project X keeps this match alive.
Oh, she was kind of hoping to swing it. It felt like she wanted to right-click as she swung around, but unfortunately loses the battle there. Full buys here again. 2 operators on the board, and Project X once again just at such a disadvantage in so many ways. Slicey has been so powerful with this operator, but Project X starting to claw their way back up slowly but surely. They've still got Empress online. That's a very early snake bite.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it, didn't it? The wall is going to be completely different from all of them. Cinnamon sprays on through, gets themselves a double before Slicey finally gets the op shot. But again, information has been traded, and Project X do have the player advantage. Yes, the op is still in play, but I mean, having said that though, Lockdown is also ready to go for Gangsters as well if they wish to utilize it, but I'm not sure if they really want to do that. Oh, they do! They do indeed do that!
Mid is completely locked down here. Oh, careful. Oh, Slicey actually swapped out the operator to get a rifle instead. That's a very, very powerful ultimate to have used. No one detained. Kim's gonna rush forward though. Yo! Where did that even come from? Fantastic work. The ultimate to just push everyone off the site. As soon as the ult was over, they came onto site and they were like, all right, well, what did that accomplish? We're just gonna kill you. Get themselves the defuse. We're 10 to 10. This game is so close.
And notice the fact that every single time somebody manages to get at least 3 rounds in a row, it's just quickly shut on down. No one is able to really take this away. This has been a significantly close match. We were hoping that was going to be the case in the previous one. I mean, it was technically, but just that 9 in a row finish in the second half made you feel like Project X were going to start walking away with it, but not anymore. This is as close as it possibly can be. And Smurfette with the first shot. Oh
my
goodness me, a double with the op.
She just keeps going. That's a third for Smurfette. Finally gets shut down, but it's down to the 2v2 here. Healers on both sides. The spike is still in play. But Project X are so split up from one another, they're not going to be able to swing.
Nino's going to get the plant. Down it goes. And both actually have ult with this, so Sage could actually double on back and res someone if they really want to. And obviously Reyna has that's exactly what she's done. That's exactly what she does, but Kim managed to fire one in. Cloud gets the triple, but no one's on defuse! They've got it down to the halfway mark. But they cannot get the... Wow!
Coming in so clutch there. Roxy actually expects it. Might have heard the footsteps, not too sure, but as she gets the halfway, swings out a little bit, waiting for somebody to push in on her, and she just cannot win the 1v1. That was ridiculous. To be able to, so the res wasn't fully denied, shuts down the Sage, and while trying to kill the res player, of course, there's a swing on the other side, just to make sure that that person stays alive. And then while that's happening, the secret defuse, and it still doesn't come through. Gangsters looking so good right now in that round, and Project X, they've still got some ultimates here. Both of these teams just absolutely slugging it out.
I think that the scoreline is 11-10. Both Vipers have the pit ready to go. The wall is going to come up onto the B side. Oh, wandered straight into that. Thankfully, Kim gets the trade back on the fellow Viper. So there's just the 1 pit at play. And now it's a 2v2 as Smurfette gets on the board. That's a triple for Smurfette. That gives Project X the player advantage, and the spike is all the way on A.
I love the way these teams play this defense. Both of them, they're just so cocky and so aggressive. They push way out of bounds through mid, through A main to get where they need to be. And there's going to be Smurfette with another massive multi-kill, evening it up once again. 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. And a tactical timeout comes through. This is going to be... That's Gangsters calling in a timeout. They're like, all right, we got to make something happen here, ladies. It's the grand final. There's 2 points left on either side. And we need these 2 points if we want to win. If we concede these, then we're out of here. So let's what do you discuss in this tactical timeout? How do you turn this one around? They know more or less what their buy is gonna look like. And we can already see from the silhouettes, it looks like it's gonna be a full buy for gangsters. And now it's just about, all right, we know we have the Viper's Pit available. How are we gonna use that? What other ultimates do we have? Unfortunately, I can't see what the stars look like, or the ult points, so I can't tell you what they might be looking forward to in that regard. But you really got to start to think now strategically. How do we play this? Do we fake? Do we pop our ultimates at this point? When do we use this ultimate? There's so much that goes into this, and most of these teams, of course, Project X can take advantage of this as well. It's not their timeout, but they can be like, all right, cool, we've got a timeout. Now we can talk. How are we going to make sure that we win this? How do we use our Viper's Pit? Got a Hunter's Fury coming online. Meanwhile, we've got a Lockdown and a Blade Storm coming online for gangsters as well. So many ultimates here. It's a full buy almost across the board, because unfortunately, gangsters, 2 of their players not able to buy up. This is going to be such a powerhouse round, Layla.
It really is. And you feel like if gangsters are able to take a point at this stage, they might be able to swing it back their way, but they're going to have to go up against an absolute armada here that Project X have on table. And of course, both with the Viper's Pit, so it really comes down to who gets this first pick, and it's going to go the way of Smurfette, who takes down Claw. Cinnamon gets in on the board as well, but immediately taken out by the Viper. And with that, Nello on fire finally gets shut down. It's a 3v1! Glance with that double that came in absolutely at the right time, and that just leaves Slicey. Project X on championship point.
Oh, sweet mama. The ultimates that did not come out in that round, I think they were looking for the opening. That's why you see Nello so far forward, the tip of the spear there, waiting to pop the Viper's Pit so that she can put the spike down. And that was a crucial round to win, because look at this buy. It's so busted. 2 Spectres, a Bulldog, and 2 rifles. Half armor across the board, except for Claw, who's got the full armor. Meanwhile, Project X, a slew of ultimates available. A full buy. This could be it. Gangsters have to dig deep here. They need to get those kills. Blade Storm out immediately off the back. Can they get the follow-up?
Yeah, they have to win this to take it into overtime. It's as simple as that. Cinnamon gets 1. That's the first pick. They get themselves a double, but they are shut down by Slicey. 1 knife, 1 kill. That's exactly what they needed. But there are still ults on the board, and Smurfette has decided, you know what? You got knives, I got knives too. And the Fury's gonna come out as well. I mean, you got the ult, why not use it? You're using this to literally end it right here and now. The res comes up. It gives Project X the player advantage again, but the spike is down on A.
Oh, the knives miss. The right click comes out. It's all down to Claw to make something happen. Can she get it? She manages to get a kill. It's down to the 1v3. The spike is down. She needs to stop this diffuse.
I don't think she's gonna stop it. She's not gonna stop it. She's not gonna stop it at all. They were hidden around the corner, and that is that. Project X win the second point by 13-11, and they win the 3rd Huntress Trials in spectacular and very close fashion.
I need to just quickly research something here about Project X, because I've got to say, the come up, the glow up from this team over the last few months has been so good. So I'm quickly just getting that information up here so that I can just relay that back. So in the second Huntress Trials, because they didn't compete in the first one, but in the second one, they get knocked out in the very first round. We spoke about that. They lost to Chatband. So they got their kind of revenge run a little bit earlier on. But that was the team for them to beat. A very, very unfortunate placing in that tournament. And then, of course, very recently, they had the Girls' House Open, where they got the 2nd place, losing out to RixGG Lightning. Legals, they were one of our top teams for a long time. So for Project X to lose to them, one of those things, you know. It's like if you're in NA, you lose to Sentinels. If you're in EU, you lose to Fnatic. In Korea, you lose to Vision Strikers. It's just they're that top team. But for Project X to have come up in that 2nd placing, so it was Huntress Trials 2, Girls House, Huntress Trials 3, they had something to prove. The glow up from these ladies has been phenomenal. They make it through this bracket, and let me tell you, it was not an easy bracket. There were some serious games there. We saw the 17-15, and yet despite all of those trials and tribulations, they come out on top. Project X, your Huntress Trials 3 champions. It's so exciting, and I can't even, like, I don't want to put down, gangsters, because they've also had such a good run recently with some really good placements. They came third in the girls' house recently. This was no easy feat, and both of these teams with some fantastic placements. But ultimately, first place, Project X, a very hearty well done, ladies.
Yeah, a beautiful set from start to finish, and Cinnamon again topping the scoreboard as well. 30 kills! 30 kills from Cinnamon, and obviously Smurfette with those
So
24
good.
as well. The pair of them combined are just phenomenal to watch, and it's just like every single time you see either of them, whether it's Smurfette with the ARP, or you've got Cinnamon just straight up just charging straight in there and finding so many consistent kills across their spread, it's wonderful to see, and it's just like, what else can you say about every single individual in this team? They synergize so well, and no matter the agents, no matter the map, they always seem to be comfortable.
A very, very impressive display. And I've really enjoyed watching these ladies grow through the last few months. I think the first Huntress Trials was all the way in January or February.
Yep.
And we've come so far over the last few months. These ladies have improved so much. The rosters have shuffled. The names have changed. But through it all, they've come out on top, particularly Project X, very much so on top here. And hopefully we're going to get a Huntress Trials 4, because I want to see more. I say this at the end of every single one of these tournaments, but I want to see more. That's why I keep coming back. You'll always find me on these broadcasts, because I always want to see these ladies and how well they're performing. This is just the beginning for these teams. And we're even seeing some org investment as well. Obviously Legel's recently just got picked up by Rix, and we had XZ's team, obviously XZ, a North American organization, but they have that EU team that was competing here. We've had we've had Oxygen, Kafala is also an organization, Goose House. We've got a lot of these orgs getting involved here, and it's super exciting for the female scene.
Yeah, it's great to see that. Like, the more groups that come in, the more we get to run these kind of events, and as a result, the more teams that want to come forward to take part as well. And with that being said, obviously we're heaping on the praise to Project X, but take nothing away from what Gangsters have done today. Like, they were seeded #1 for a reason. They were a force to be reckoned with. Yes, they are the runner-ups. They still get £500 out of this, so a delicious amount from that prize pool to still walk away with. And again, we saw some amazing plays going back and forth between that, especially from Nello and Klar. Like, the pair of them consistently popping off, especially at several points where you saw Nello having some crucial clutch saves, especially in those 1v1 situations. So yeah, taking nothing away from them. They've done amazingly well to get this far.
Very, very exciting stuff. And some great series across the board. Really, really fantastic showing. Spadoka was one of those names that we kind of spoke about as well, who's been here since the start. And there's a couple of those ladies, and seeing how they improve and how they grow and how they outperform themselves. They might outperform their teammates, they might outperform their enemy, but the important part is that they're outperforming themselves, and they're continuing to improve every single time. I'm going to be looking out for the next one, and I hope you're all going to be looking out with me.
Yeah, absolutely right. So to conclude, Project X are your winners, followed by Gangsters. We had Cat the Blue and Chat Band finishing in 3rd and 4th respectively. They all take away that part of the prize pool of £2,000. Thank you so much to all of the teams and viewers watching on in. Mizuki, thank you very much for co-casting with me. It has been an absolute pleasure. And to everybody running things behind the scenes at RixGG, you are all amazing. Thank you so much for your production and camera work. We literally would not be here without you. So with that being said, take care, my friends. This concludes the 3rd installment of the Huntress Trials here at RixGG. Thank you all so much for watching. Take good care of yourselves and stay fresh.